Everything working? I certainly hope so, otherwise this is awkward. Looks like everything's working just fine. But anyways, welcome back. We're back after week 2 of Monday Night Madness. Because, well, with Monday Night Raw being over in Europe in the afternoon, what else am I going to do on a Monday night? At least until April. Just a real quick, hey, what's up, dude? I'm actually going to answer that. So, quick little update on my recovery from my tooth extraction. I'm getting better every single day. Today has been the best I have felt for a few weeks. Still not 100% healed up. I'm probably at about 85%. In fact, here you see the missing tooth. So, yeah, it's still not completely healed up just yet. It's getting there. It's literally right on the cusp. I am hoping, and I really mean I hope, that I can finally get back to eating meat here in the next day or two. Because, my God, I miss it. All I've pretty much eaten ever since the tooth was pulled is mashed potatoes every day, which I love mashed potatoes. I might be tired of them for a little bit. But other than mashed potatoes, like breakfast, all I've had is scrambled eggs. Well, one day, a couple days ago, I had biscuits and gravy for the first time in a while. Then the past couple nights, I had like ravioli with mashed potatoes. And then tonight, I had vegetable lo mein with mashed potatoes. So pretty much carved out for the most part. So yeah, I can't wait to get back to eating meat again. Hopefully Wednesday at the earliest and at the latest Thursday or Friday. But other than that, like I can speak normally. Apart from sometimes my tongue will get up against that gap and I feel like I end up getting a tiny bit of a lisp. I don't know what to do about that unless I maybe get like a like one of them like retainer things put in that gap so that way there's something there. But yeah, it's getting there. It is getting there. Excuse me. Hey, what's up, Jason? Thanks. What's up, Ben? Just started watching Raw on like a live delay or something, but yeah, it's still a lot to get used to with John Cena being the bad guy. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. I'm gonna send some invites out to some people and see who all might decide to join. Hell, I might even get Treadlord on here if he's down. But I highly doubt it. But you never really know. Hell, I'll even send one to old Shaman Jan. Oh yeah, let me send you Maniac. I'll send you an invite on Instagram. By the way, I need to figure out a name for you because I feel bad not saying your name or just calling you Maniac. Because I feel like an asshole whenever I do that. Okay, let me find you in my DMs because I freaking DM people a lot in the day. Ugh. Still getting used to not having a tooth right there. But again, I was not going to pay $3,600 fucking dollars for a root canal that basically wouldn't do me any good in the long run, anyways. Hell, the 2 fillings I already have would probably do better than a root canal at this point. But enough about that crap. Where in the hell? It's like you're buried under all my freaking messages. Where the hell are you? Let me scroll back up. Ugh. Still am a little salivating, but it's not horrible like it was the first few days of recovery. Or like right after the fucking thing happened. I was duped. Still trying to find you in my fucking DMs. Oh, wow. Right here this whole time and I didn't even notice. There we go. Good old Jammin' Johnny. Hey, pal. The man who I constantly need to teach wrestling to. Hey, what's up, Tyler? Oh, damn. You witnessed a proposal, man. You witnessed a proposal. Here comes the bride, all dressed in brown. What is this on my fucking shin here? I feel like I need to pluck that. But regardless. Hello!
Yo, what's up?
Oh, nothing. Just trying to get used to this no tooth business, but
Yeah,
it was better to just get it done and over with than deal with root canal issues down the road.
yeah, I get that.
But yeah. But anyway, so premise for tonight, the same thing we did last week. We're gonna just go ham on tier maker and just do a bunch of random lists, just like last week with Ricky, Nick, and Ryan did last week. So metal, wrestling, other stuff, everything in between. Actually, just for the fucking hell of it, we're gonna start off with something really insane. We're gonna do fast food chains for our first one. So this is gonna be quite fun. So let me share. Damn it, screen. So there we go. So you can still see us on the side. So thankfully, StreamYard has that feature.
Yep.
Let me actually. Wish there was a way I can zoom in on the screen share. Actually, is there a zoom feature? Nah, there's not. Shit. But anyway, so we got a ton of options here.
Yeah.
For fast food joints, all in alphabetical order. So grab a. So I feel like people should grab a drink and a snack for this, and we're gonna be talking about food for a little bit here.
Yeah.
So with that said, we got A&W. I've only had it a few times, mainly when I was younger. Like I had their burgers or root beer floats, and they were good. I haven't had anything from them in years.
Yeah, I've had them a few times. They're not like the best. I'd say they're very middle of the road when it comes to fast food, personally.
Yeah,
so probably C.
Yeah, I was thinking
top of them.
Yeah, I was thinking C tier as well because I mean, who knows how it is now? Because there is an A&W down in town, just a little bit away from me, with a Long John Silver. But we always just get Long John Silvers. But I'm just like, maybe one day I'd rather have an A&W burger and see how it is all these years later.
Yeah, they're all right.
Yeah. Arby's. Oh, I have a complicated history with Arby's. Some of their food's good. Like I really like their milkshakes. Their curly fries are to die for.
Yes.
I do love their curlies. And then there's their gyros, even though it's not like an authentic gyro, like a Greek gyro.
Yeah,
For
yeah,
fast food joint, it's not bad. It's pretty good, but everything else is kind of hit or miss. And also, why does it have to be so damn pricey now?
yeah.
Pricier than most places. So I'd say on that principle, C.
I would probably move them personally one tier above A&W, but I've only had one thing from Arby's that I personally dislike, and that was I can't remember what it was called. It was just kind of it was like I think it might have been the beef and cheddar that I didn't really like that much. It was just kind of very artificial tasting, but for the most part, everything else from Arby's I've really liked. So yeah, I
Yeah,
don't get
like
it that often.
their chicken bites are pretty solid. Yeah, I don't get Arby's that often either. Only basically when the folks are out of town and they're at
Yeah,
the casino and they bring home something, they're like, "Well, Arby's is here," and I'm like, "Okay, just give me your own fries and I'm good."
yeah, because the nearest Arby's where I live is like a 20-30 minute drive away in another town. So yeah, don't really get it that often. But if we ever like
Yeah,
drive by there, we always get it. So yeah.
yeah.
All right, what's next?
Next up, Baja Fresh Mexican Grill. I have never had it,
Never had it either. So
so that'd have to go at the bottom. Never had tier by default. I
yeah,
mean, it sounds good. It sounds good. Baja Fresh Mexican Grill. Blimpie. What's this? A sub shop? Never had it either.
never had it either. There's probably a bunch of stuff on this list that I've never had.
There's going to be a good chunk that's probably excuse me, probably going to go and never had. Next up, Bojangles. Oh,
I've never had Bojangles, so
it's a southern chain. It's a fried chicken chain. Okay, long story about how I fell in love with Bojangles. I was 14 years old, almost 15, in Charlotte, North Carolina, back when I was heavy into NASCAR. I was at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the All Star race 2 years in a row, '09 and 2010. '09, I saw Ric Flair there, which was interesting. And there was a Bojangles stand. And I was like, well, I got to have something to eat while watching the race. And we saw me and my parents and everybody else that went with us, my brothers, one of my brother's wives, and a bunch of our friends. We all went on this giant trip together, and me and my parents saw this Bojangles stand, and they had chicken tenders, ranch dressing. Got it. Changed my perspective on fast food chicken tenders, and still to this day, even though because like I said, Bojangles is primarily a southern chain. Like before it got closed down, the closest one was like an hour away in Huntington, West Virginia.
hmm.
But anytime, say, like I'm down in Tennessee, we try to get Bojangles because I believe, in terms of fast food fried chicken, it is head and shoulders above KFC. Can kind of be neck and neck with Popeyes, depending on the quality. Granted, the quality in Bojangles has slipped a little bit, mainly in the portions,
Mm.
but quality is still good. Like their Cajun filet biscuit, mwah. So to me, top tier.
Yeah, I've never had it, but if I'm ever in a place where they have one, I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, it's like mainly in like all down in the South, like the Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Tennessee. You
Yeah,
might be able to find one in Kentucky, maybe West Virginia, Virginia, of course. But I've heard they've been thinking about expanding to the whole country, which please, because Bojangles is delicious. Boston Market Rotisserie Kitchen. Don't
never
think
had it.
I've ever had it, so I have to put that there. Oh boy, Burger King.
F
So
tier. Fuck
top
Burger
tier,
King. No, F tier.
bottom
Fuck
tier.
Burger King.
Well, for me with Burger King, it depends on what I get. When it comes to the burgers, I'll take a Whopper over a Big Mac.
Yeah, but
By a tiny bit, though. It just depends on my mood. But their milkshakes are good. I don't mind their nuggets. Their fries are pretty solid, even though McDonald's fries and Arby's fries are the top tier fries. So for me, I'll meet you in the middle. I'll go D tier. I would put it in C, but I'll put it in D to meet you in the
yeah,
middle.
I'm sorry. I hate Burger King. Every time I've gone to Burger King, I've just regretted every decision that led me up to that point. At that point, like honestly, the best thing to come out of Burger King is like the whole story about Robert Downey Jr. quitting drugs because he had a Burger King burger that was so disgusting. That's the best thing to come out of Burger King.
Oh yeah, and then one other thing I actually do like about Burger King: the chicken fries or chicken sticks. I don't mind those.
I don't know if I've ever had those, but
yeah,
I just like Burger King.
Raising Cane's. So this is another chicken tender joint.
Never had it.
So,
once again,
I would say this, in terms of chicken tenders, might be the best. I mean, it could go toe to toe with Bojangles, and their dipping sauce is pretty good too. So for me, it's going at the top.
I had to take your word on it.
Yeah. All right, next up, Carl's Jr. / Hardee's, since it's the same place. Just East Coast is Hardee's, West Coast is Carl's Jr.
I'm trying to think if I've ever had Carl's Jr. I think I might have, but I'm really not sure.
Yeah, in here where I live, we have Hardee's, which is the same place.
Mm-hmm.
Just East Coast Hardee's, West Coast Carl's Jr. It's been a long time since I've had anything from Hardee's. And back when I used to eat it a lot, it was really good. So I'm not sure about how it is nowadays. So based on that, I'll put it in C tier. If I ate from there more often, which the closest one to me is like 45 minutes. Yeah. So I'm not going to go on my way to go to there unless we happen to see one. We're like, you know what? We haven't had Hardee's for a while. Let's see how they are.
Mm-hmm.
Same goes with Checker / Rallies.
Never had it.
Same deal. So this place, I like their burgers, especially their mushroom Swiss burger. Their fries are pretty good, even if they're heavily seasoned with black pepper. I've had their boneless wings, and they were okay. It's been a while since I've eaten anything from Rallies, so it's the same situation going in C. Chick-fil-A.
Never had it either.
Damn, you are missing out, because I've had Chick-fil-A before, and it was pretty good. I haven't had it in a long, long time. But I bet you if I had it again, I'd probably really like it, because I've heard Chick-fil-A's stepped up in recent years, so I'll probably put it in B just to have it up there.
Yeah.
Chipotle.
I've never had Chipotle either. Hear lists like this just make me feel stupid and make me realize how truly sheltered I was growing up, because I don't know any of this shit.
We might get some down the road, but I've not had Chipotle either, but I hear it's good. I just have never had it.
Yeah.
Church's Chicken.
I like Church's Chicken. They're pretty solid.
Church's I've only had once. That was when me and my parents went on a trip down to Georgia to visit my aunt and her husband. Yeah. And we happened to have Church's right before we stopped at my aunt's house. I loved it, but it is the only time I have ever had Church's Chicken.
I've had it a couple times. I put it in B tier. I think they're a really, really solid place. They're jalapeno poppers. They're spicy, but they're really good.
Yeah, I had their tenders, and they were really, really good. So
yeah, Church's Chicken is solid. I like them.
Yeah. Cookout.
I've never even heard of this place.
I think it's a newer place. They do burgers and barbecue. I have not had their burgers. I've only had their pulled pork, which is okay. To me, when it comes to pulled pork sandwiches, if I have anything that's not from my brother Jason, it's inferior to me, because my brother Jason's pulled pork is the best I've ever had. Mm-hmm. I want to try their burgers, so for that principle, I'll put it in C. Culver's. Don't need to say it. Don't need to say anything. It's going at the top. Pricey, yes. Quality, incredible. Basically everything they have. Burgers are good. Fish sandwiches are good. Chicken tenders, I would probably say nowadays the best fast food chicken tenders you can have, because it's not like heavily breaded. It's like a breadcrumb breading, and the texture of it's soft, almost cheese-like at times.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good. And then, of course, their cheese curds are to die for. Mozzarella and cheddar cheese curds with marinara sauce. So good. And even our milkshakes, really good too. So, yeah, anytime, like whenever I go up to Toledo to visit the Thralls guys, me and the folks, every night we would get Culver's because it's so good. Like I said, it's pricey, but worth it.
Yeah, most of these franchises on this list, like a lot of these are probably just like purely like American things, right?
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm in Canada, so a lot of these probably just don't operate.
Don't exist
here.
up there, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, next up, Del Taco.
Never had
it. Okay, so I guess it depends on the Del Taco you go to. The oldest operating Del Taco, which is outside of Los Angeles, I have heard is horrible. Like the quality of the food is terrible.
Mm.
But up in Columbus, there was one that opened I don't know, like maybe back in 2017, 2018, maybe a little after that. And it was good. And then they closed down. But because of its reputation, I am actually going to put it in F. It's basically second-rate Taco Bell.
Oh,
geez. Is what Del Taco is. So, yeah, there you go.
Wow.
Denny's. I don't remember the last time I had Denny's. I know I've had Denny's before, but I just don't remember. And I thought the food was okay.
Yeah, they're all right. They're not really. I think I've only had like their breakfast stuff, which was like it's pretty decent for what it is. I think they are maybe a bit overpriced.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of for the quality, I feel like they're a bit overpriced, but they're not the worst.
Mm-hmm.
I think D tier's fair.
Yeah. So I think a good way to kind of define the tiers. So top tier, obviously the best. B tier's pretty good. C tier or D or solid or just haven't had for a long time. D is decent to mediocre, and then F is fuck it, and then never had.
Yeah.
Next up, Domino's Pizza. I actually will go ahead and say, in terms of fast food pizza, one of the better places.
Definitely, yeah.
Like, I like the flavor of their crust. The toppings are always solid. And then also, like their pastas. Like, their pasta bowls aren't terrible. Anytime I go to Domino's, I always get a pizza. And also, I will say this, too, about Domino's. Thank God they got the Domino's app, where if you buy enough, like I think it's like every 10 or 20 bucks you order stuff, you get 10 points, and once you get up to 60, you get yourself a free medium pizza all on your own.
Yeah, that's
so like the rewards program where you can get free stuff. It's like they reward you for buying from them, which I wish more. Well, I mean, some of these restaurants do that, but I wish more would do that. Like reward your customers for buying stuff. Like a free pizza, free sandwich, free wings, free drink, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So to me, Domino's, I'm going to put in B because I think there's one other fast food pizza place that I think tops them.
Yeah, I think that's that. I think B tier is definitely warranted.
Dairy Queen. This is hard. This one's actually hard because there's hot foods.
Yeah, there's like two different worlds with DQ. Like there's like obviously all the desserts, but then there's the actual
hot food. Yeah,
the hot
food is okay.
It's fine.
Like I'm not a fan of their chicken tenders or fries are okay because it's fries, but their ice creams are awesome.
Yes. Like
I mean, it's been a long time since I've had Dairy Queen though.
I mean, yeah, we get blizzards like fairly frequently. I think their blizzards are absolutely awesome, but their like actual dinner stuff
not the best.
So really,
I would say C tier, like meet in the middle.
Maybe like the top of like C tier, just because like when they're at their best, man, they're at their best. But then everything else is just kind of mediocre. Yeah, I agree with that.
El Pollo Loco, never
had it.
Firehouse Subs. I have not had anything from here, but I hear their subs are pretty solid. So.
I have had stuff from here. They are pretty. They're pretty decent. I'd probably put them in C tier as well. I think they're solid. Kind of depends on what you get. And I've had a couple subs from them. I only had one that I kind of like didn't like, but I think it's just because the cheese on it was like a little kind of rubbery and not great. But like for like a fast food sub place, I think they're pretty decent.
Yeah. Five Guys.
I had Five Guys for the very first time a few days ago when I was visiting my sister's house, and we got Five Guys. And I gotta say, from just what I had, I would probably put them in either C or B. To me, it wasn't like mind blowing for me personally. It was just kind of, a bit middle of the road, above average. But obviously, I've only had it once, so I haven't sampled enough of their catalog to really give a full opinion. So I'm just gonna let you take this one.
So Five Guys, it's kind of in a similar vein of like in terms of pricing to Culver's. It is pricey, but man, it's good. Like anytime, sometimes when I'm in Tennessee, we'll get a Five Guys burger and their hand cut fries. I love that they do everything by hand there. I'll put it in B tier because I think there's one other burger place that I personally think eclipses it.
Yeah.
But it's not coming up for quite a while, so we'll get to that eventually. IHOP, so Denny's biggest competitor. I personally like IHOP a little bit more than Denny's, mainly because the pancakes. But I'd still say not enough to get up to C tier, but what do you think?
I think maybe... I think to me, I don't know, they're about on the same level. I probably have Denny's more than IHOP, but from what I've had from IHOP, I think to me they're about on the same level. I will agree, I think the pancakes are probably better, but for everything else, I think they're about the same.
Mm-hmm.
Personally.
So probably just keep them in D tier.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. This is going to be a controversial thing. I have not had In-N-Out.
I haven't either, so...
I need to, though, but it's only a West Coast thing. And I am not in the West Coast. I am in Midwest towards the East Coast. But I hear their burgers are incredible because from what I've seen, how they cook them, it's like on the flat top, and they'll brush mustard on one side and cook it on that mustard side because it supposedly adds an extra taste. So I have to put a never had, but if I had it and I loved it, it'd probably go at the top. Because I always hear, even Gordon Ramsay says he always goes to In-N-Out like once a week. Yeah, so if Gordon Ramsay likes In-N-Out, then it must be good.
Yeah. Never had it though, so.
Yeah. Jack in the Box.
Never had it either.
So this is kind of in a similar, again, kind of like Culver's and In-N-Out, kind of mixed. It's like they got anything you could want, like chicken, burgers, bunch of sides. I don't remember the first time having it. I'm sure I've had it years ago, but I just don't remember. Or if not, when I was in heading towards Gulf Shores, Alabama last November, when we were on our way down, when we stayed in like a lake area in central Alabama, we went to Jack in the Box a couple times, and the food was okay. So I'll put it in D tier. I think it could go up higher if I had it more often and tried everything. Jersey Mike subs, I have never had, but I hear good things about.
Haven't had it either.
Jimmy John's, I've had a few times.
Oh, it's Jimmy John's. I thought it said Jimmy Jones. I was going to make a joke about Kool-Aid, but...
But no, Jimmy John's, it's another sub place.
Oh,
I'll be honest, and people will call me nuts. I think Subway blows Jimmy John's out of the water. So I'm going to put Jimmy John's in D. Jollibee.
I've never heard of it.
I've never had it, but I hear their fried chicken is incredible. Probably better than any other place, but I've never had, so I have to put it in never had. KFC. Okay. Complicated history with KFC that I have. For the longest time, I would want nothing but KFC as a kid. Like
Mhm.
hell, when me and my brother Rue, rest in peace, when we would go to WWE shows in Huntington, West Virginia, we would go like along the river, the Ohio River, go through Kentucky to get to West Virginia. There was a KFC there that had a buffet. So we'd get to try a lot of different stuff. So their chicken back then, I absolutely loved. I think their like larger tenders are pretty good still to this day. The normal chicken is hit or miss. The mashed potatoes, the worst mashed potatoes. It's almost liquid. Mac and cheese, pretty good. My favorite thing that I get from KFC is either their famous bowl or when they had it, the Nashville hot mac and cheese. I wish they'd bring it back because I would get that all the time. So because I used to have it at the top, now there have been times where I'd have it close to the bottom, so I'll put it in C.
I think that's fair. My favorite thing from KFC is probably the popcorn chicken. To be honest,
And I haven't had that for years.
Yeah, I love the popcorn chicken. I would, but yeah, for the most part, I actually really like KFC's fries. I think their fries are
Their
pretty
fries are
underrated.
good. Yeah, fries are pretty good there. Little Caesars, immediately, I'm putting it in F.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in terms of fast food pizza, it's my least favorite. I mean, they're not horrible. I'll eat it if I have to have something to eat, but I think literally every other fast food pizza joint is far superior.
I wouldn't put them.
Their crazy bread, their crazy bread sticks though are really good. I will say.
Well, so I think on that principle, they could be bumped up to maybe D.
Yeah,
because I think they're all right. Admittedly, a lot of times when I've had their pizzas, they're very greasy, and that I'm not a fan of that. Like a lot of grease, but they're crazy.
Also too thick.
Yeah, but the crazy bread,
literally every other pizza might be thick, but they're not as thick.
But their crazy bread is solid, so I think that gives them.
Their crazy bread is really good. Oh boy, Long John. Real quick, it's a shame this freaking list didn't have Captain D's because I would have put Captain D's up at B because they have some pretty decent fried fish and pretty good lobster rolls for fast food joint. But Long John Silver's, okay.
I've never had Long John Silver's either.
Yeah, I've had Long John Silver's way too much in my life, and I am not proud of it. Their fish is so freaking greasy, it literally makes me go to the bathroom a lot. It's not good. Their chicken, though, is pretty good. But literally, even with the good chicken, I have to add principal, put it in F because messes my gut up. Way too freaking greasy. Literally, Captain D's is far superior.
Captain D's nuts.
You're damn right.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
All right, here we go. The biggest, most famous one of them all, McDonald's. Good old Mickey D's. Okay, so their burgers, I think, are the most overrated burgers out there. Like I said, I'd rather have a Whopper over a Big Mac because at least the Whopper has that flame broiled grilled taste, whereas the patties at McDonald's are flavorless. But I do like their chicken nuggets. Their fries are the best fast food fries to get regardless. That's not even a contest. And then their McFlurries were pretty good. I haven't had one for years. So, well, and then I like their McGriddles, their breakfast sandwiches.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the sausage, egg, cheese McGriddle.
Yeah.
That would be my go-to breakfast item from McDonald's. So, C.
I would agree. It depends on like what kind of burger for me you get because like I agree Big Macs are incredibly overrated. There's absolutely no reason to have 3 buns on a burger. That is just completely stupid. But like the quarter pounders, I really enjoy the quarter pounders.
Are solid, and they did have oh god, what was that one burger? I can't remember. They've had so many different kinds, but yeah, like it's kind of iffy when it comes to McDonald's for me. Like if we have nothing else to get to eat and we have to have McDonald's, I'll eat it. But
yeah,
That's pretty much it.
Or like one of those things where if you feel you're like on a road trip and it's like the nearest place you're going to
The
stop
only
at to
place
get
you
it.
can find, it's like, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Moe's Southwest Grill, I have never had.
Yeah, never had it either.
Same with Noodles and Company.
Never had it, so I've never had Panda Express either.
Well, Panda Express I had one time, and I can't for the life of me remember what I got. I think I might have gotten lo mein or chow mein, and it was okay, so I'll put it in D.
Next up, Panera.
Panera bread.
Never had Panera either.
I have actually never had Panera bread either, but I hear good things. All right, here we go. Papa John's, in my opinion, to the top.
Ooh.
In my personal opinion, when it comes to fast food pizza, they're the best because of the variety. They're breadstick like crust. And then, of course, like literally, well, apart from their wings, like their wings aren't the best, but their garlic knots are good. But it's really all about the pizza when it comes to Papa John's.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I haven't. I had Papa John's a lot, like back, like in the past, but I haven't had it recently. Admittedly, the only thing I really know about Papa John's, or my favorite thing about Papa John's, is like their former CEO and just how much of a weirdo he was. Like I didn't eat 40 pizzas in 3 days or whatever. I had 40 pizzas in 3 days or whatever it was. It's like, what does that mean? How do you? Did you have sex with the pizzas? Is that what were you doing?
Sounds like it, right?
Yeah.
But anyways, PDQ I have never heard of. So
never heard of either.
Down there. Penn Station. Oh man, this one's gonna tug at my heartstrings quite a bit. Ridiculously pricey, but so good. Sub place, their fries, their hand-cut fries are really good. It's like if only it wasn't so expensive, I would get it more often because we got one just down the road, like literally 7 miles down the road into my town. But because of how pricey it is, I can't quite put it at the top, so I'm going to put it in B.
And I've never had it either, so boy, I feel like undecided John.
Right?
Should just brought a book.
But at least you have a good excuse because you're in Canada where a lot of these places aren't up there.
Yeah, yeah.
So at least you have an excuse.
At least.
Pizza Hut. Okay. This is where it gets difficult because like their pizzas I think are just a notch above Little Caesars. Like I prefer Pizza over Little Caesars. But the thing that I love about Pizza Hut is their wings. Boneless or bone-in. Their wings are delicious. More often than not, whenever I get Pizza Hut anymore, which is mostly when I'm at work and me and my coworker are like, hey, we're in the mood for like boneless wings or wings in general, let's get Pizza Hut because they're reasonably priced and variety of flavors, and they're pretty good. Even if portions, some you get are like this big or some that are this big. It just depends on how they cut them, I guess. But like my go-to wing order from Pizza Hut is to get 8 garlic parmesan and 8 Cajun dry rub wings, and then take them, mix them all together so you get the best of both worlds, and they're real good. Even our lemon pepper dry rub is pretty good too. So because in terms of the 4 main pizza chains, like I would do Papa John's, Domino's, Pizza Hut, Little Caesars, but literally like everything else about Pizza Hut I really, really like. Even when they have their buffets at the closest one to me on Fridays, where you can get like unlimited wings, but you can also get pizza and soups. Like their soups are pretty good too. So I'll put them in B.
I've never had like the wings. I've pretty much only had the pizzas from Pizza Hut. And honestly, I know you said Little Caesars is your least favorite like pizza fast chain, but I honestly would take Little Caesars over Pizza Hut if I'm being perfectly honest, based off the pizzas alone. I just really do not care for their pizzas at all. I just think they're like every time I've had them, I don't know if it's just like a problem with like restaurant or whatever, but it's just very greasy, not super just nice, just
not
kind of
super
chewy.
flavorful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've never really cared for their pizzas, but I've never really had anything outside of that, so I really can't
you'd
give a
have to
whole
you'd have to
opinion.
give their wings a try. Like even their like normal like bone-in wings, they can be a bit small, but man, they taste good. But the boneless wings are really good because they're not ground chicken; they're like whole chicken pieces,
Yeah,
and they're really crispy. And their sauces and rubs, they're pretty solid.
if
So
I get a chance, I'll definitely try their wings
yeah,
just to see what they're
definitely
like.
give them a shot. Definitely give their wings a shot, bone in or bone out. Oh, here we go, Popeyes. So Popeyes, there have been times I've absolutely loved Popeyes. Then there have been times where I'm like, yeah, I prefer other places. So I'll put them in B because they are still pretty good, even though it's been a long time since I've had Popeyes. But
I love Popeyes. I think they're every time I've had Popeyes, I'm just like, yeah, this is great. I love their chicken. I love their shrimp. I think their fries are
I
good.
like
Their
their biscuits.
the biscuits
Biscuits
are
are good.
fucking oh divine. I love Popeyes. If I was in charge, I would honestly put them at the top, but you can put them wherever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, Portillo's, which I guess is hot dogs, uh, burgers, salads, and I can't tell beef. I have never had this place.
yeah, never even heard of it.
Same thing with Potbelly.
Yep,
And I have no idea what the hell is Qdoba, whatever the hell this
Qdoba?
is. Qdoba,
No idea.
never heard of them. Quiznos. It has been a long time since I've had Quiznos, and they were good, but I'm probably going to put them in D.
I've never had Quiznos because the Quiznos, I don't even know if it's still open, but the Quiznos in my city, like it was like right next to like a real like a wrap place that was like not fast food, but like it was just like not it was just like really good wrap. So every time we went there, we just went to there instead of the Quiznos. So yeah, I've never had it.
Yeah. And I've never had Roy Rogers or Sbarro
I'm
or
assuming
Shalotsky's
yeah, I don't know.
Cafe. Never
I
had
don't
that.
know any of those.
Shake Shack. Okay, so this is kind of like the In and Out situation. I think they're another West Coast burger joint. I hear good things about them, but I have never had it.
Never had them either.
Same with Sheets.
Yeah, no. Never heard of them.
Skyline Chili. Oh, dear Lord. Okay. So this place was founded in Cincinnati, Ohio, just 2 hours away from me. Their chili, honestly, I think is so overrated. Like if you were to make their chili yourself, it's way better. It's like Mediterranean chili with like cocoa powder in there
Oh.
too. Because I guess that's like a special ingredient used in Mediterranean cuisine and stuff. So yeah, Skyline, I'm putting an F. And yeah,
Yeah,
I'm from Ohio and I don't like it.
yeah, I've never had it.
Yeah. Sonic. Okay, this is a tough one because for years I was the biggest fanatic of Sonic for so long. Nowadays, the only things I've gotten from Sonic in like the last few years, they're foot long hot dogs, chili cheese dogs, chili cheese tater tots. Their ice creams are pretty good, even if, my God, after I have a whole cup of ice cream this big, I am wore out in the end. When they had boneless wings, I really, really liked them. So, on that principle, and their burgers, I think, are blah. So, I'll probably put them in C.
Guess what my answer is?
F.
I've never had it.
Oh, never had it. Okay. All right, here we go. I'm not even going to dignify. Steak and Shake goes to the top. In terms of the fast food burger places I've been to, Steak and Shake is still the gold standard for me. Because it's old school diner type. And they cook everything on the flat top. They do it smash burger style. And variety of stuff you could have on a burger. I need to remind myself the next time I can go in to eat, at a Steak and Shake, I want to get the garlic double steak burger with an egg on it. Their burgers are good. Their fries, even if they're very skinny, they're pretty good. Their milkshakes are delicious. So yeah, nothing in terms of fast food burgers that I've had thus far tops Steak and Shake.
And I've never had it.
I don't know if they got any in Canada. Maybe not. But if you ever find yourself here on a trip in the States and you get near one, do yourself a favor and go and get yourself a nice double burger, fries, and a shake, and you feel like you're in the 70s diner almost.
I'll check. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Subway.
Okay. I always hear a ton of mixed opinions about Subway. You have the group of people who love it and the group of people that think it sucks. I'm going to say it depends on the Subway you go to.
Yes.
Because the Subway that's about 7-8 miles down the road from me, I get every once in a while, like I had it literally the day before getting the tooth pulled last Wednesday at work, and it was delicious. So me personally, I'm not going to quite put it up in top tier. I'll be diplomatic and put it in B.
That's fair. It definitely depends on the Subway that you go to. Like one time,
I've had bad Subway, but I've had amazing Subway.
Yeah, like one time I went to Subway and I got because sometimes I get like the flatbread for.
I've gotten flatbread, but now with the tooth pulled, and eventually once I can start eating meat again here in a day or two, I'll probably go back up to big bread. But then again, I try and watch like how much bread I eat. So that's one of the reasons why I switched to flatbread, because it's thinner and better for you, essentially.
Yeah. But one time I got it and it was like there was mold on it. So that was fun. But yeah, it really heavily varies on the location. So I think for the most part, they're good. And I like that, it's like you
can get whatever you want. You can get whatever you want on it.
Yeah.
And if you go in, you can tell them what to put in. And what's good about the Subway that's near me, like a couple of times me and my mother went in there to get our sandwiches, the staff were so nice.
Mm-hmm.
So it also depends on the quality of the staff too.
Yeah.
Svensson's, never had it.
Yeah, no idea what that is. Heard of it.
Oh boy, we've reached the big tacos. Taco Bell, or sometimes I call them Taco Hell. Okay, so there have been times where I hate Taco Bell. Then there are times I absolutely love Taco Bell. Like the main stuff I usually get is like chicken burritos. Hell, I think recently I tried a couple of their cantina chicken burritos, and those were actually really, really good. Their fries, they got fries now, and they're pretty good too. It just depends on what you get, honestly, from Taco Bell, if it's good or terrible. For the most part, I've not had terrible experience with Taco Bell, so I'll put them in B.
I've never had Taco Bell. I feel like this is one I should have, because we do have Taco Bell here in Canada, but I've never had it.
I figured there would be, yeah.
I've heard that it will make your toilet bowl look like the Battle of the Somme every time you eat it.
It depends on your stomach tolerance. Like Taco Bell doesn't really affect my stomach nearly that bad, so maybe every once in a while I might be on the toilet for a little bit, but other than that, I've not had that issue. Taco Cabana, I've never had Torchies, but I hear they're really good. But I think that's a southern chain too, kind of like Bojangles, but for tacos. Oh, here we go. Waffle House to the top. In terms of breakfast places, so good, and you can watch them cook it for you. Their waffles are delicious. Yeah, I can't say anything bad about Waffle House.
I've never had it.
Southern, covered and smothered.
I've heard very, very mixed opinions about Waffle House. Like some people seem to absolutely love it. Other people seem to think it's like the worst thing since the Holocaust.
Wow.
I don't know. I've heard very mixed opinions about Waffle House.
Yeah, the main draw for me is the waffles themselves. Chocolate chip waffle. Mwah. It's been a long time since I've had Waffle House. Wawa, I have never had.
Well, what kind of name is? Well, Mean Mel Mike is saying Wawa's goes A tier, so I don't know. I've never heard it though.
I'm not listening to you, Mike. You have no authority over me. Wendy's. Okay, so Wendy's I've had a love-hate relationship with. It's gotten a bit pricey and the quality has slipped. But their nuggets are still good. I still will eat their fries. Their Frosties are good. And occasionally their chicken sandwiches hit me in the right spot. But because of the portions getting lower and lower every year for no reason at all, I have to put them in D. The only thing, honestly, that saves them from going into F at this point is their nuggets.
I would move them up a tier personally. I really enjoy Wendy's. I like pretty much everything.
I mean, whenever I have Wendy's, I like it. It's just I hate their portion size getting smaller now.
Yeah, that's fair. But for what it is, I think it's pretty all right.
Yeah. Whataburger. So we're back to another Southern chain.
I thought that was Wonder Woman.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a Wonder Woman logo, don't it? But Whataburger. So this is another Southern chain, burger chain. I've only had it a few times. The best time I ever had Whataburger was the very first time I went to Whataburger, which was 2014, when I was on my way down to New Orleans for WrestleMania 30, the week before we stayed in the Gulf Shores in Alabama for the first time. And there was a Whataburger in the area, and me and my dad, we each tried their Buffalo Ranch chicken tender sandwiches. The best chicken sandwich, fast food wise, I ever had. It was so good. Ever since then, it's been okay. We mostly have gotten burgers because we can't ever remember what's on the freaking menu. I know if Ricky were here, he'd probably kill me for not putting it up at the top, but I'm going to put it in C.
And I've never had it, so I'm just going to sit here and shut up.
Okay. People are going to probably crucify me for this, but White Castle goes at the very bottom. Oh. Fuck White Castle. Fuck White Castle up the fucking pink sock asshole. Hate White Castle. But let me preface. It tastes good until an hour later. An hour later, you get that terrible onion aftertaste. And for me, I can't eat White Castle burgers without being on the toilet 6 times.
Jeez.
It does not agree with my stomach. And also, freaking, when you put the burgers in a Ziploc bag and put it in the fridge, and then a day later it's like, oh, let's eat some leftovers. You open up, smell, holy hell, it stinks. So, yeah.
I've never had it.
Go fuck yourself.
I'll take your word on it.
Wiener Schnitzel, never had it. Wings Over, I've never had it. All right, Wingstop. Okay. Wingstop, I hear so much good things about them. I'm shocked Buffalo Wild Wings wasn't on this list. If Buffalo Wild Wings was on the list, I would have probably put it in between C or D. Wingstop, if I've had it, I'd probably put it at the top, but unfortunately I've not had it yet. I hope sometime soon I get to try Wingstop. And then finally, Zaxby's, which is another Southern chicken chain, kind of like Church's Chicken, but only in the South.
I've no idea.
I've had it once, and it was actually really good. I don't know if I liked it more than Church's, so I'll probably put it in C. So there you have it. So now to rearrange in terms of best to worst in each tier. So worst in F tier to me is going to be White Castle, then Skyline, then Del Taco, then Long John's. So Long John's the best only because their chicken tenders are good. Del
There you
Taco,
go.
for the short time I had it, it was good, but they have a bad reputation. Skyline Chili, I hate it. I literally think I could make their chili better. And then White Castle, just for the simple fact of my stomach, I can't do it.
Yeah.
All right, so the D tier, in terms of the best out of this, I would probably personally go with Jack in the Box at the top in terms of the D tier. And then I know where you want to put Burger King at
Yeah.
in terms of D tier, but
Hate Burger King.
I'll put Little Caesars up higher. Then I'll do Denny's and IHOP. I think that actually, I'll put Jimmy John's last in the D tier. All right, C tier in terms of my favorite out of all these, or in terms of like what I like the most. Oh man, this is where it's going to get more difficult.
Yeah.
Oh, real quick, Denny's or Cracker Barrel, and you said Denny's.
Yes.
Cracker Barrel, I know that I don't think that's up in Canada, but Cracker Barrel is an experience. It's an experience because it's like both a restaurant and a general store. Because you can get like giant size Reese cups and board games, card games, even a few CDs if you can find it. It's mostly country music, but you can get a CD there. You can get old toys. You can get like antique stuff, cast iron skillets, T-shirts, postcards. But they're a restaurant, and they got like antiques all over the walls. And it's all like Southern cooking, like fried chicken, pancakes. Like you can have breakfast for dinner at Cracker Barrel. Their chicken fried chicken, which I know is a redundant name, is one of my favorite quote unquote fast food chicken dishes to eat.
Mm-hmm.
So Cracker Barrel, if only that was on the list, I would have put that at the top. Granted, sometimes depending on the Cracker Barrel you go to, the service can be rough. But yeah. But anyway, so back to the C tier. Oh man. I guess because I still have some nostalgic way with it, I'd probably put KFC at the top of C tier.
Fair.
Then I would probably go McDonald's, then Wendy's, and then Sonic.
I'd probably put DQ. Yeah. Above A&W for sure.
And then after that, in terms of like what I've eaten at these places, why is Firehouse? Oh yeah, because you've had Firehouse.
Yeah. I think Firehouse. I think next. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Next to Dairy
Firehouse.
Queen. And then I would probably, out of the rest of these, I would probably go Zaxby's next. Then Hardee's, Carl's Jr., then Rally's Checkers. And then Cookout, then Whataburger, then A&W. All right, B tier, and this is where it's going to get even more difficult. Oh, man. For me, in terms of like what I love the most out of the B tier, in terms of like what I typically get versus what I love the most, to me at the top will probably go. I'm going to go Taco Bell at the top for B tier. And then, even though it's pricey, I'm going to go Penn Station next. And then I'm going to do Domino's. I'll keep Chick-fil-A up there. And then I'll do Five Guys, Popeyes, Pizza Hut, Church's, and then Subway.
Yeah, Subway at the bottom, I think, is.
Yeah, totally just because fair. Of the
quality varies
where you
so
go,
wildly from location to location. It's really, yeah.
It depends. All right, and now this is where it's going to be all on me. What is the best out of the top 6? So Bojangles, Raising Cane's, Culver's, Papa John's, Steak and Shake, Waffle House. Oh, man. For me, because of nostalgia and still having an affinity for it, I have to keep Bojangles at the very top. Because even though like the portions have gotten a bit smaller, they're still pretty good. Then I'm going to go Steak and Shake. And then I'm going to go Culver's. Then I'm going to go Papa John's, Waffle House, and then Raising Cane's last on the top tier. So there you have it. So that's a somewhat combined ranking, even though Maniac here has never had a lot of these.
Yep.
But at least he has an excuse because
I live in maple syrup land.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, yeah, in my opinion, the best of the best is Bojangles. And hopefully at some point, because me and the folks were thinking about going back to Tennessee in May once my dad heals up from having all of his teeth pulled and dentures getting put in, which he got. Yeah, he got that the day after I had my tooth pulled. He had to get all of his pulled and then get dentures, which he's doing better now, but he's got an even longer healing time than me. Like, I'm almost 100%. He has at least 2 weeks of healing.
Wow. Oh, geez.
Yeah, because they found a lot of infection in his gums too. Jeez. So, yeah, it was rough for him. But once he's healed up, and then we build up some money, we're thinking about going back to Tennessee for like at least 2 nights. Definitely got to get Bojangles while we're down there, and then maybe even Quaker Steak and Lube, or we'll go try some of the other restaurants that are down there. But of course.
Sorry, did I hear that correctly? Steak and Lube?
Quaker Steak and Lube. Because it used to be a gas station.
Oh.
And then it became a wing restaurant.
Okay. My mind's going places with that.
Yeah, I think. But anyways, and then, but one of the big things I go to Tennessee for is in Gatlinburg, there's a mountain mall, and inside is a record shop. And I get CDs from there.
Yeah.
Every single time I go. So, yeah. But anyway, so that's the fast food tier list. So now let's do some metal. Let's get into some metal.
So I only caught like a little bit of the first like tier list stream that you did because I was like working that night. So I watched a little bit when I was on my break and when I got home. So I know you did thrash metal and like prog metal. What else did you do?
We did metalcore / metallic hardcore, Death Doom albums, and I think that was it. So,
what about black metal bands?
Yeah, let's see. There's probably going to be a ridiculous amount. Okay, black metal bands tier list. How many bands we got on here? Holy mother of God, that is too many.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need somewhat more streamlined list.
Yeah.
All right. This is where it gets hard because it's like you'd think there'd be good lists, but oh yeah, we also did Swedish metal bands too. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah.
Don't really see any. Okay, here we go. What about this list? Not enough. This list. Not enough. Let's see. Second wave bands.
Not enough.
Yeah, not enough. And why you have Bathory in there? They're first wave.
Yeah.
Talking about.
You know, maybe. Here, I actually have a few tier lists that shameless self-promotion, but I actually have a few tier lists I made myself. Well, one of them is like black metal debuts, and there's 30 of them, so we could do that.
Okay.
Once again, shameless self-promotion. It's not selling out if it's your own brand, okay?
Black metal debuts.
Yeah. Might take a while for you to find it. Here, let me pull it up, and then maybe I'll just send it to you.
The link, yeah, because it might take forever to try and find.
All right, here, how do I? So should I just send you the link like through Instagram or?
Yeah, you can send it on Instagram, and I'll copy paste it.
All right. Here. Load, you slow ass laptop that is 10 years old or something like that.
10-year-old laptop? Jeez.
Yeah, this was my brother-in-law's old laptop when he was in high school, and now it's been passed down to me. There we go.
All right, here we go. We actually now got something. All right,
Yes.
so
Top
all right,
six,
so we start off. So we got top tier, fantastic, amazing, great, good, okay.
So first
Just
up, we have
forewarning. I have not heard half of these.
Oh, geez.
So you're gonna have to take the reins on a good chunk of them. But all right,
Okay.
so Samael Worship Him, I have listened to. Personally, I put it at the top.
Oh, okay.
I love that album. I love the groove and the doom that's on there. Like basically, like if Hellhammer still continued and didn't become Celtic Frost.
Very Celtic Frosty.
But
I personally would put it at amazing tier. I do think it is a really good album. I guess we can meet in the middle, put it in fantastic if that's cool.
Yeah.
I think some of their albums that came out after it are a bit better. Like I prefer.
I hear Ceremony of Opposites is a top tier one, but I've
listened to that album. Ceremony of Opposites. Hell, even Passage I think is really good.
And same with Blood Ritual.
Yeah, I think those albums are slightly better, but I think Worship Him is still a really solid debut for sure.
Oh boy.
Burzum.
Okay. This is the one Burzum album I've actually listened to, at least most of it. It's not bad. It's solid. There are some cool riffs on there, but I can't. What about you? This is all going to rely on your.
We're probably gonna disagree on this because I actually really like that album. It's very riffy. You know, I think there's some really classic songs on it, like Lord of the Depths, War. Personally,
War has a good riff. I will.
Yeah, I would honestly put it at like amazing tier, probably. I really like that album. It's admittedly, I think the two albums that came out after it are better, but also hugely influential and like important album for like black metal, because this like was basically kind of the start of like atmospheric ambient black metal. So insanely influential, without a doubt. Yeah,
even though fuck Varg, but
Varg's a piece of shit, but at least he had some early albums that were really good, in my opinion. Immortal, you just did your Immortal ranking.
Moon Mysticism. I did my ranking. This was fairly high, or towards the middle. I really like the rawness of this album and all the freaking little death metal moments that pop up. Well, really, that pops up all over their catalog. Even though I liked other albums by Immortal a lot more, I'd probably go with Amazing.
You know what? I actually think that's fair. It's not my favorite Immortal album, but I do think it is a really good album still.
Yeah, my favorite Immortal album comes in at the end of the decade, but
yeah, same.
Impaled Nazarene. I forget the name of the album.
Tall Carmed Nors. I'm probably saying it wrong, but yeah.
Can't say I've heard it.
I have heard it. It took me a long time to actually get into this band because at first I thought they just have a kind of a odd style of black metal. Like there's a lot of like
very punky and
very punk, a lot of like
kind of death metal too.
There's a lot of like even just like classic heavy metal, at least in some of the later stuff. Like a lot of like
even like Sodom thrash kind of.
Yeah. Too. I think this debut is solid, but I think it's kind of one of their weaker albums. I'd probably put it in either good or great. It's not like my favorite of their catalog. I think their later stuff is better, but it's not a bad album. I think it's decent. Next up, we have Satyricon. That's
Satyricon.
Dark Medieval Times.
Or Dark
Medieval Times. Yeah.
I've only heard a little bit of it, and I liked what I've heard.
I think great. I think probably great. I think Shadow Throne and Nemesis Divina were definitely better.
Nemesis Divina is top tier for me.
Yeah. I think great tier is fair for it.
Rotting Christ, Thy Mighty Contract. I have not listened to the whole thing, and I have it on CD. It's just one of those things I've had on the back burner for so long.
I put it in fantastic tier. Honestly, I love that album. It is riffy black metal, and like, dude, the riffs on that album are just fucking incredible. possibly maybe their best album. I don't know. Like out of their early Rotting Christ is absolutely just incredible black metal in my opinion.
Yeah. I don't know. I think there's one album that I think, in terms of popularity, that might outdo it, and that's Triarchy of the Lost Lovers.
That one's really up there too. But Dead Poem is really good too. I don't know. Early Rotting Christ again.
Even some of the, maybe not the last album, but like Ritual was pretty damn good too.
I don't know.
I really liked Rituals a lot.
I'm a bit more iffy on like newer Rotting Christ, especially the last album. I just thought it was really boring, to be honest.
I still jam a couple of songs off it. Oh, Dissection to Somber Lane. I'm saying top tier instantly. That even though Storm of the Light's Bane I like a little bit more, I like the different tone on Somber Lane, where there was a little more thrash, a little more mellow death to the sound, whereas Storm of the Light's Bane was like the proper middle ground of black metal and mellow death.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you want to put it up top tier, I have no qualms about it. I do really like that album. Very melodic and great. Definitely a lot more death metal riffs on that album in comparison than Storm of the Light's Bane.
Whereas Storm of the Light's Bane was more towards mellow death than straight up death metal.
Yeah, definitely.
In terms of influence, even though it was still pushing towards black metal.
Yeah, definitely.
This is another one.
Yeah.
Top tier instantly.
Absolutely.
In the Nightside Eclipse. Arguably the best album out of the bunch. Out of all these. Probably the best.
Debatable, but yeah, that was one of the albums that got me into black metal, so yeah.
Enslaved, Vikingler, Veldi. I always for that. I really like this album, and it sucks that it's not being made anymore on CD. Hopefully it's reissued at some point, because I get it. Yeah. I really, really liked it. I loved it. So I would go between fantastic and amazing, but what about you?
This is probably going to be a bit of a controversial opinion, but I would honestly put it down in good tier. Like, I'm really not overly big on this album. I do think it's good. Just to me, I feel like a lot of the songs drag on for very long, and there's not enough like dynamic within them to really hold my interest throughout the entire album. Again, probably a controversial opinion, because I'm pretty sure this is even their highest rated album on the archives too. Like, a lot of people love this album, but it's kind of more like middle of the road for me. So yeah.
Cradle of Filth, Principle of Evil Made Flesh.
I
actually liked a good chunk of this from what I heard. There's no real baby squeals on here. It's like mostly just straight up black metal vocals with low gothic cleans. There's some like insane drumming on this album. I think this was when Nick Barker was the drummer at the time. I'll put it in good.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to put it in good, I'm not a Cradle of Filth fan at all. I'd listen to this album. It's not like insufferable like some of their later albums are.
No, again, like musically, it's great. It's just them freaking baby squeals kill it.
It's like, stop it. Why? Next up, De Mysteriis Satanas.
This is another one I have to go top tier on this one too.
All right.
I mean, in terms of like one of my all-time favorite black metal albums, this is up there. Do I think it's overrated? Of course, but it's still phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like I would definitely take Emperor, and even though there's no Dark Throne, because obviously when it went black metal was their second album, but yeah, I would take A Blaze in the Northern Sky way more than I would De Mysteriis. But I mean, De Mysteriis, arguably in terms of the whole list, the most brutal album.
Yeah,
in terms of tone and the aggression, arguably the most brutal album of black metal at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, I totally agree with you when you say that Attila Chihar is like the voice of Mayhem. I think he's definitely their best vocalist. Super influential. Like, I love the vocals on this album too. I also love how there's kind of like the more thrashy vibe on a lot of the songs. Like, it kind of, because they obviously started out as a much more first wave kind of band, and to me, there's still some of that energy on that album, which I really like.
And even like a song like Buried by Time and Dust, almost death metal and almost grindcore, because it's basically an all blast fest.
Yeah, that's on
like,
rips.
Holy hell. Gorgoroth. I am not
Pentagram.
a Gorgoroth fan.
I am a Gorgoroth fan, and I would put this album in probably amazing tier for me personally. I actually really like this album. I think it's again, it's very kind of like thrashy, and yeah, this was like before. This was when they had a Pest on the vocals and not Gall, because when Gall joined the band, it just got like really weird. What's up, Rick? But yeah, I think Gorgoroth. I think their first 3 albums, actually their first 4 albums, I think are like really solid second wave black metal. This is all right. Next up, this is Abigor with Invoke the Dark Age.
I always hear a lot of things about Abigor, and I never got around to listening to it.
You need to check out Abigor. This for me is a top tier album. I absolutely love this album. This is like their most traditional black metal album. Like it sound, even though this band is from Austria, this album sounds very, very Norwegian in my opinion. But yeah, I absolutely love this album because afterwards they got very weird and like more avant-garde as the years went on. I still love pretty much their entire back catalog. But yeah, this album is fucking amazing. Like I just love that album. Summoning with their debut with Lugbers.
Never listened to Summoning other than parts of songs.
Lugbers I would put in good tier personally. I think it's a good album. It's the most different sounding album in Summoning's catalog because most of their kind of stuff is like, all about Tolkien, and it's like the epic atmospheric black metal. This is like just kind of more straightforward, like traditional black metal. And the band themselves actually kind of like disowned this album and considered like Minas Morgul their follow-up to be their real debut. I still think it's a good album, but it's definitely their weakest album, so I'd put it in good tier.
Oh, Behemoth.
Oh, don't go breaking my heart now, Levi. Oh, come on, brother. I really like that album. I think it's super underrated, honestly. Like, dude, it's riffy. It's just got a great atmosphere. I'd probably put it in good tier, though. I don't think it's like... I think Grom is maybe slightly better, personally. And, like, maybe... I actually really like their early black metal material more than a lot of their later death metal material. I'm just going to say it. Like, I think, like, especially, honestly, the last 2 albums, I think I would definitely take their early black metal stuff over the last 2 albums, without a doubt. And I'm willing to bet I'm probably going to take their black metal stuff over their upcoming album, too, to be honest.
Well, I mean, the new song that came out, Shadow Elite, I thought was, like, a good return back to their, like, demigod, apostasy, Evangelion era.
I haven't heard,
it was well, the first single, the title track, like, yeah, cringy as fuck lyrics and title, but the music itself's pretty good.
I haven't heard any of the singles yet, just because I don't really listen to singles before albums drop.
Me neither, but I was curious about them. Like, the title track, Shit of God, musically it's good, but the lyrics and the title's cringe. Shadow Elite is probably the best song they've done in years. Probably their best one since Bartzabel, which that's literally one of the only songs off I Loved You at Your Darkest I still go back to.
Yeah.
But to me, Behemoth starts with Pandemonic Incantations when they started going into the more death metal territory. But that's just me.
Yeah, fair enough. I get it.
Oliver. I've not listened to this album in full, and I am ashamed.
Yeah, you should be ashamed. This is my favorite black metal album of all time, so... yeah.
Dark Funeral, The Secrets of the Black Arts.
Dark Funeral gets a lot of shit from people, and I think they honestly get more shit than they deserve, to be frank.
Well, I think it's because of the reputation where it's like, blue album covers are good albums. Red album covers, the albums are not so good.
Yeah.
It seems like they just have that reputation.
But this is a really solid debut. Where would you put it?
I've not actually listened to it, but where would you put it?
I'd probably put it...
The only Dark Funeral I've listened to is like the last 2 albums.
I would say maybe great tier. I think it's on par with like Dark Medieval Times. Yeah.
Arcturus, which I have this album. I've not listened to the whole thing, but thus far, from what I've heard, it's pretty damn good.
I do not really care for this album, I'll be perfectly honest. To me, I don't know. I tried to get into this album. I just can't really.
Seems like their later stuff when they moved away from black metal and more towards prog, where they really
avant-garde,
shined.
industrial. Yeah, I'm just not overly huge on Nocturus at all. Next up, though, Dimmu Borgir.
Dimmu For All Tid. I
One
have
of the
not
better.
listened to this one.
It's one of the better Dimmu albums. This is when they were much more kind of like atmospheric as opposed to symphonic black metal. Like way more raw. I'd probably put it in maybe great or good tier though. I think it's a solid-ish. I think it's solid.
Borknagar's debut.
Definitely, I think their most black metal album.
Their most straight up black metal before they went prog black on the next album.
Yeah, definitely.
And where they really became Borknagar.
Mm-hmm.
I've not listened to the whole thing. There's still a few Borknagar albums from way back when that I need to get into. Like, I only got into Borknagar with Winter Thrice and then gotten into everything after, and then checked out a couple of albums from the 2000s era, like Epic and Universal, I think. Where would you put Borknagar's first?
Maybe Amazing tier. I don't think it's like up there with the best of the best per se, but I think it is a really solid album. I do enjoy it. You do still get those more kind of like proggy moments in like the songwriting, but it's definitely more just straight up black metal.
Yeah. What's this one?
Windir, Soknar or something.
And this is a band. Well, I've listened to one album. I think it was the one after this. What was the name of it?
Was it?
It was the one. It was the one where it looked like it had wagon wheels on the cover.
Oh, was that 1184 or? Oh no, not that one.
Might have been. No.
Arntor? Was it that one?
Yeah, it was that one
with the sword and the door.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's phenomenal.
Yes,
one I've listened to. So where would the debut go?
I think it maybe is the weakest Windir album, but I still think it's a fantastic album. I still love that album. Like, dude, it's. I mean, I think Windir's back catalog for the most part is like almost entirely perfect, but yeah, I think it's maybe their weakest, but still fantastic. Next up, we have Inquisition. Fuck Dagon. I'm just gonna say that. I don't know. What are your thoughts on it?
I've not listened to much Inquisition.
Honestly, they're like musically, they're really solid. They're very riffy, black metal.
Kind of like Immortal, from what I know.
Yeah, they're kind of Immortal. Even like Dagon tries to do the whole croak vocals.
Yeah.
Even though I think the vocals are kind of a weak point, I'm not overly huge on them. Especially on this album, I think they sound kind of bad, honestly. But dude, this album has great riffs on it. Like, I'd say maybe great tier. Yeah.
Carpathian Forest.
Yep. I really like this album personally. It's one of the few like Norwegian black metal albums you can hear the bass on, which I like.
The only thing I'm really familiar with about Carpathian Forest was Chort being a member. Being on guitars, because he originally came out of, well, he had Green Carnation going, and then he was on in the Nightside Eclipse on bass, and then he went to Carpathian Forest, then Live Satyricon till the end of the 90s, and then Blood Red Throne formed with him.
Yeah.
So I mainly know him mostly from Blood Red Throne and Emperor.
Yeah.
But I remember he was in Carpathian and Green Carnation too. What's this one?
This is Taka. It's not the Stid por Sartan beat. I don't know. I don't speak Norwegian at all. One man Norwegian black metal, really solid album. I, for one, thoroughly enjoy it.
All right.
Oh, really?
Well, I've not listened to it. I figured just judging off of how you're describing it.
I really like it. I think it's solid. I think I put it in an amazing tier, personally.
Nargaroth.
Yes, some German black metal.
Didn't they have the song "The Day Burzum Killed Mayhem"?
Wasn't that? Yeah, it wasn't on this album though. I think it was on the album either the album after or the album after that one.
After, yeah.
I think this is a really solid album. Kind of a bit long-winded, I think. I think that's a fair spot for it.
Oh, Shooter. I forget. Is it Kill for Satan or
Yeah,
Demonic Possession?
Kill for Satan.
Kill for Satan.
I love Shooter, dude.
I love Shooter too, but I will admit their early stuff, production wasn't their strong suit. I don't think they really found their true sound until Desert Northern Hell, which
I would agree.
I will put that. Honestly, I'm about to the point of putting that album in my top 5 black metal albums of all time.
Oh yeah,
I was actually listening to it this morning on my Twitch stream. I still love that album. So, judging off the production, like the songs are vicious and snarly, but hate the production on it. So, I'd probably go between great or good. I'm going to say good. Yeah, I think they got infinitely better as they went on.
I don't disagree with that. I think they got better.
Except what's this one?
This is Watain with Rabid Death's Curse. Is that the name of it? I forget. I think it's Rabid Death's.
I've actually not heard this album.
I listened to it. It's all right. I think it's decent, but it's called Rabid Death's Curse. I think it's all right. I just think Watain. I think they got better with their later material. I'm also not like a Watain super fan necessarily, so
right.
Yeah.
1349.
Yes.
An album I've not listened to. But
this album is, I like this album. I think it's pretty damn solid. Very heavy for like black metal. Yeah, Liberation, not my favorite from them, but really good. Really debut. And actually, they do a cover of Buried by Time and Dust on this album that is really solid, too. Oh, you're muted.
Hi.
There we go.
All right, Druk.
Forgotten Legends. No opinion?
I'm not listening to Druk.
Well, they just put out a new album.
I know, and I passed over it because other albums took priority.
Well, you should check it out, I think, because I love their new album. I think it's absolutely amazing. This debut, honestly, I would put it in top tier. I think I like a couple of Druk albums more, but also Druk is, at the moment at least, my favorite black metal band. So, I mean, this debut, it's only 4 songs, but it's absolutely fucking incredible. Like, the opening track is this giant 15-minute epic song that is just amazing. Like, they're really, I just love their style. Like, it's like atmospheric, folky black metal, and it's awesome.
And then the last one,
Magua with Groza.
I've not heard this album. I only have Exercises in Futility.
This album is it's all right. I think it's their weakest album. Honestly, I think most of their EPs are like stronger than this album. It's just a fairly like kind of unremarkable listen for the most part, honestly.
Well, there you have it. So now to rearrange everything, particularly with the top tier, where do you go?
Personally, because Bergtat is my favorite black metal album of all time, I would put that at the very top because it's my favorite black metal album. So yeah, and then for me, I'd probably go Emperor, and then Abigor, and then Druk.
And then Dissection, then Mayhem?
I actually put Mayhem above Dissection, if I'm being perfectly frank.
Huh. All right, and then for Fantastic, I would assume probably Rotting Christ goes above, and then Windeer, Carpathian Forest, and then Samael?
I think I'd put Samael above Carpathian Forest, actually. I think that's... Because that is a really good album.
And then the Amazing tier, what goes at the top?
I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, I would personally go Immortal.
I think that's fair. I think I'd do Immortal, then Taka, probably. And then Gorgoroth. Oh, having trouble there?
Yeah, the freaking things want to stick.
And then 1349, probably. And then Burzum and Borknagar. just for
All right,
me.
then and then great tier.
I think Satyricon at the top is pretty all right. Maybe Nargaroth, then. Uh, then maybe Dark Funeral, and then Inquisition, and then Enslaved, and then yeah,
and then good tier.
I probably put either Tudor or Behemoth at the top for me personally, and then
Do this,
probably
and then probably for me personally, I would probably say Cradle.
all right, yeah.
Oh, hang on. Then I would guess Summoning, and then Impaled, and then Arcturus.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And then probably for OK, this is good.
Yeah, I think that's fine. They're both pretty equal, honestly.
All right, now let's go into death metal debuts.
Oh, I have one of those too, except it's 150 albums, so...
Oh, dear God.
Yeah. It was for, like, because that's a series I've made on my channel about doing death metal debuts, and, yeah. Admittedly, some of them I haven't heard, because I did one that was, like, viewer suggestion, so I haven't heard the ones I've added, so, yeah. Why is it all, like, anime girls? Like, what is happening?
I don't know. People are obsessed with anime girls for whatever the fuck reason. Let me go back to the first page and see if I may have skipped over it somehow. I think this is the one you have.
Yep, that's mine.
Holy mother of fuck.
It's a lot.
Okay, I guess we'll try and do the best we can. Okay.
Oh, all right.
Maybe we'll just keep it short, sweet, to the point so we get through it.
Next up,
Scream Bloody Gore, for me, it's a top tier. Even though Leprosy's better, Scream Bloody Gore is still fantastic.
I would move it down a tier, but if you want to put it in top tier, I have no problems with that. It's a fantastic. It's admittedly my least favorite death album, but I know it's a controversial opinion, but it is my least favorite death album. But it's still an amazing album, dude. Evil Dead.
I mean, again, there's no such thing as a bad death album. No. They're all phenomenal.
Yeah.
Even though Sound of Perseverance is my least favorite, I still love it.
Yeah.
All right, Autopsy, Severed Survival. Man, this is hard because my personal favorite's the one after Mental Funeral, because I just love the more doomy sound. But Severed Survival is phenomenal too. Honestly, I would probably put it on the same level as Scream Bloody Gore.
I honestly would take Severed Survival over Scream Bloody Gore. And honestly, for me, I still think that's my favorite Autopsy album, because I know it's really tough between that and Mental Funeral. I think the songwriting is equal on both those albums, but I like the production on Severed Survival more, personally. But yeah, I mean, dude, I love the album cover too. Both of the album covers are fucking disgustingly awesome.
Yeah. Morbid Angel, Ultras of Madness. No questions asked. It has to go at the top.
I think it has to go. I think it has to go. I think it's at number 6 personally.
Enough said about altars.
Yes.
Slowly We Rot. This is hard because, again, I like Cause of Death more.
Yes.
But Slowly We Rot is awesome in its own right, so I'd say probably go with Death and Autopsy.
I agree.
Sempiternal Death Rain. I still have yet to listen to this album, but
I haven't heard this one either.
But I hear this is like a pioneer album for Death Doom.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing too, but I haven't heard it yet. I don't have a.
We'll just leave it out. We'll just leave it out of there.
You could. I mean, you could add like a not heard tier below if you want, but yeah, I haven't heard it.
Okay, let me add a row below. Not heard.
Perfect.
So if Ricky were here, he'd probably say this goes up at like great or fantastic because he's the Death Doom expert. So,
yeah.
Death Doom, Paradise Lost, Paradise.
Definitely their most death metal forward release.
Yeah, even Gothic to a degree, but even that started slowly their transition towards the Gothic metal sound on Shades of God.
Definitely more doomy.
I really like a lot of stuff off of Lost Paradise, especially the first 3 tracks. Holy crap, those are nasty. Like autopsy worship,
Yeah,
almost.
kind of.
For me, I'd probably go great.
I think that, yeah, I'd agree. That's fair.
Because obviously they would get better after their early stuff, like Icon, Draconian Times, when they moved away and became just straight up gothic metal. Those are classics. But yeah. Final Holocaust, I can't tell.
Massacre.
Massacre.
Not
heard.
I've heard it. I'd probably put it in good tier. Very thrashy, kind of like death metal. I think the 2 albums that came out later were improvements, especially on the production front, but it's a solid, very thrashy death album.
Pungent Stench. I have yet to listen to Pungent Stench.
Oh, dude, I love Pungent Stench. They're just like gross, fun, like thrashy, grindy death metal. I probably put this album in great tier. I think it's a really fun debut. It's just gross and brass.
Atheist, Piece of Time. This one, okay, so while I'm a bigger fan of Unquestionable Presence, I do love the more insanely thrashy technical vibes of Piece of Time. Like Unholy War, that is a manic track.
Yeah. This is my favorite Atheist album, personally. But I think it's warranted. I'm admittedly not a big Atheist fan. I don't really care for Unquestionable Presence. I'm sorry. Crucify me.
Shame.
Yes.
Cancer to the Gory End.
Very thrashy again.
I like Death Shall Rise more.
Yes.
Obviously, the production got better, and also James Murphy being on there.
Mm-hmm.
I still need to get this on CD. So for now, I'd probably say great.
Yeah, I agree.
Master self-titled. Another thrashy one.
Yep. I think great tier for this one, too, personally. Like, they're about on the same level with Cancer, I think.
Winter Into Darkness. Another Pioneer Death Doom album.
Celtic Frost Worship, Death Doom.
Yeah. I am torn between top tier and fantastic on this one.
I would put it in fantastic tier. I don't like it as much as Altars of Madness, to be honest, but it's still an amazing album.
Oh, and then no discussion.
Yep,
Path, top tier as well. No discussion on that. Well, Tiamat, Sumerian Cry.
Rick's pointed out that Seven Churches is absent from this list. I personally don't really consider that to be a death metal album.
I'd say that's more just
thrash. Yeah, same with like album. I wanted to put Pestilence's debut on this list, but that's also
that was another thrash album too.
Like
they didn't really go death metal until Consuming Impulse.
Yeah, Sumerian Cry. The big issue with this album is the production. The snare is like non-existent in the mix.
Yeah, it's like, and it was in the same studios, Entombed, which is weird.
It's muddy. Year. It's muddy. It's trebly. It's I still like it. It's just, like Astral Sleep was way better personally, I think.
Yeah.
Deicide
self-titled. This is my favorite Deicide album.
It's my third favorite. I like Serpents of the Light and Once Upon the Cross a bit more, but dude, this album is fucking evil as shit. I love it.
Yeah, I would say Fantastic's pretty good. Even though I personally would put it top tier, but I'll meet you in the middle.
This is another one,
Viogression.
I don't remember the name of this album, and I haven't heard it.
Expound and Extort.
Yeah. I believe they're from Wisconsin, but I haven't heard this one either. I've heard good things about it, though.
Nocturnus, the Key. I want to put this one in top tier, too, because for prog death, this was the start of it.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, if you want to put it in top tier,
Because, if not for this album, would Atheist, Death, and hell, even proper prog death bands like Edge of Sanity and Opeth,
or even
have gone down.
Or even later Pestilence, too.
Yeah, if not for the Key.
Yeah.
Cannibal Corpse, Eden Back to Life. I still love this album, even if it's their thrashiest one. Maybe not their best, but for me, it's like middle of the ranking, so I'd say probably great would be a good placement.
I think that's fair, yeah.
Benediction, Subconscious Terror.
Really rough production.
Rough production, but hey, Barney Greenway's first album. he
And
ever
I don't,
did.
and I don't think it's his best, honestly. Like there are
I
some
think
parts in
Harmony
here.
Corruption and Utopia Banished on Napalm Death were much better vocal
Yeah, like there's
performances.
some parts in here where his vocals, he sounds like he's struggling, but there's some absolutely awesome songs on here still. I think maybe good tier. If the production was better, it'd go
Yeah.
higher, but pretty rough production. This is Atrocity with
Atrocity.
Hallucination. German tech death, kind of like, I'd say kind of death worship in a way, or like nocturnist
Yeah.
worship.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a solid album. I'd probably put it in great tier or good, wherever you want to put it.
Carnage, Dark Recollections, another album I love. Definitely some sloppy moments in there, but I still love it. I'd say
it's
fantastic.
it's basically the Carcass Dismember supergroup album.
Yeah, indeed. Dark Throne, Soulside Journey, so underrated.
Yeah,
And fantastic. I put it in
yep,
fantastic.
I agree with that. Next up, Therion of
Therion
Darkness.
of Darkness.
They're
Before they went symphonic.
I think it's good. I don't know. It's kind of run of the mill early '90s death metal. Very thin production. Very super gainy guitars. Yeah. It's all right.
Asphyx, The Rack.
I think it's Asphyx, not Asphyx. Unless you need to fix your ass.
I don't know. Asphyx sounds more easier to pronounce.
But Asphyx doesn't sound like you're saying Asphyx.
Asphyx, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I love The Rack. I think it was my number 3 Asphyx album. Because I'm a much bigger fan of Death Hammer, but most especially
Last One on Earth.
I'll probably say great.
I agree with that.
I would say great. Hell, I'm almost to the point where I might switch spots in my Asphyx ranking and put the self-titled above The Rack. I love the self-titled so much.
I love pretty much everything Asphyx has done, to be honest. Yeah. So
maybe not God Cries, but even at that, it was still fun.
Yeah. But next up, this album rips. Malevolent Creation, the Ten Commandments.
10 Commandments. If only this could get reissued. Same with Retribution.
Yeah.
I'd say great.
I'd put it in fantastic tier. I think this is like a perfect Floridian death metal album.
Morgoth, Cursed.
It's the German Leprosy.
I put it in fantastic. I absolutely love this one.
Yeah, it's
so good.
It's the German Leprosy, basically.
Yep. And like Mark Grew somehow sounds like a 3-way hybrid of Chuck, Martin, and Tardy.
Yeah.
How he does it is insane.
There's even some of like the doomy parts on that album, which I really like too.
Yeah. Unleashed, where no life dwells. Easily their best.
Yes.
Does it hold a candle to some of these other ones? I would say probably. I'd say fantastic or great.
I think it. Well, I'd say maybe fantastic. Yeah.
Dismember like an ever-flowing stream.
Top tier. Yeah.
Top tier on that one.
Like that is
right behind Left Hand Path for the
It's the right hand path.
Yep. Ripping Corpse, Drinking with the Dead, only album. Yep. Same with Winter. I'd put it in great.
I'd put it in top tier. That's like one of my favorite death metal albums ever. Dude, the fucking slam break on Rift of Hate. Oh my god. And like the vocals are just absolutely manic. I love that album. Honestly, this might be a controversial opinion. I think that's the best thing Eric Rutan has ever done. Like, I think I like that more than any Hate Eternal album, any Campbell Corpse album he's on. I love that album to bits and pieces. Yeah, I fucking love that album.
Massacre from Beyond, for me, it's a top tier. It's top tier because I just love the production and the thrashiness of it.
I put it in great tier personally. I think it's good. I just think it's kind of it's just not like my favorite like death metal album ever. But
and I wouldn't even call it 100% death metal. I'd say it's death thrash.
Yeah, definitely
so thrashy.
It's got a really cool atmosphere on it. I do like it.
Oh yeah, especially like the opening strings and like orchestra on Chamber of Ages.
Yeah.
That's a perfect way to start a song.
But of course, Promise is definitely their best work. I think we can all agree on that.
Edge of Sanity, Nothing But Death Remains.
Very
Musically,
bad.
it's very good, but the production sucked. So I'd
Yeah.
say good.
I haven't heard the reissue because I knew they like remixed it.
Yeah, I
And
need
it
to. I
sounds
need
better
to get
apparently.
the reissues of some of their stuff, especially this one.
But
But I don't
goddamn,
know. I don't know. I like the original mixes of everything they did after this. So
yeah,
I don't think I need to get the remasters of those. Versus this one, I probably will get the
Yeah.
remaster.
Dawn of
Immolation,
Possession.
Dawn of Possession. I am again torn between top tier and fantastic.
Definitely the most different sounding Immolation album. Like this is
The
just
most
way more
straight
old school
up
death metal.
traditional death metal album before they went to the dissonant stuff.
But dude, so many ripping songs. No Forgiveness Without Bloodshed.
The
Into
title
Everlasting
track.
Fire.
The song Immolation.
Yes.
I'll put it in fantastic.
I'd agree with that.
Because, I mean, if this was including every album, then Close to the World Below would have been top tier. But
Yeah.
Grave.
Into the Grave.
Into the Grave.
I think
between fantastic and great.
I'd put it in fantastic personally. I think that's probably their best album still. I mean, You'll Never See is still, yeah. Even like what was that one album called? The one where it's like the coffin and the guy descending down to the stairs in the album cover. I forget what it was called. Out of Respect for the Dead.
Yeah, the last one they did.
That one was really good too, I think.
Is this Gorefest?
Yep, Gorefest, Mind Loss.
Which I have not heard.
Top tier for me. I love this album. Dude, Jan Christokoyer's vocals, insane vocal performance, and dude, it's like such a sludgy, just gross death metal album. I love it.
Funebra, Children of the Scorn, I think is this.
Yep. One-off Finnish death metal. I'd put it in great tier. I don't think it's like up there with other Finnish death metal debuts, but it's a really solid album.
Speaking of Finnish death metal debuts, Convulse Without God. I go fantastic on this one.
I'd agree with that.
I love Putrid Intercourse. That song alone.
Blasphemous Verses. Yeah.
Gorguts Considered Dead.
My favorite Gorguts album still.
I like Erosion of Sanity.
Erosion of Sanity is a solid follow-up. It is, but I just like the old school brutality on this album.
The more leprosy approach, almost.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, here we go. This one, no questions asked, is top tier.
Forgotten. The birth of brutal death metal.
And pushing tech death, too.
Yep.
Mortification.
This is their self-titled album.
Yep. Not heard it, and even if I had heard it, I would say Scrolls of the Megaloth would be better.
Yeah, I think that's their best album. I put it in good tier, personally. The production's... Oh, what?
Oh, boy. Oh, man, this is gonna hurt.
What?
Broken Hope, Swamped in Gore. Personally, I would put this in top tier because oh, thank God.
Yes.
I love this album. Even if the mastering on the production was not great, like it's quiet, and I wish the drums could have been a notch quieter in like the blast sections. But musically, my God, it's like next to Suffocation is pioneering brutal death.
Yes.
And Joe Ficek's vocals. Ugh.
Yeah, no, that's
it's almost like if Obituary were more brutal death than traditional death metal.
Yep. I mean, I'm a giant.
Or I would say it's Obituary meets Terrorizer because some of the grindy stuff on there reminds me of Terrorizer.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm a giant Broken Hope fanboy, so yeah, top tier for me.
I'm still so happy I got to talk to Jeremy Wagner. I need to get him on for another interview at some point because I'd like to catch back up with him. Sentenced, Shadows of the Past, I think.
Yep.
I have not heard this one, but I need to.
I put it in great tier as well. I think it's about on par with Funebre in terms of like that Finnish death metal sound. It's just doomy. It's really gross. It's a really solid album.
Deceased. Not heard this album. I need to listen to more Deceased other than the last one.
Good tier for me personally. I think the drums are really high in the mix, and I think the songwriting, they got better as the years went along. I wouldn't even say they're like fully death metal nowadays. Like they're
Like
kind of
more
like this,
death thrash, classic metal hybrid. Yeah.
even like kind of like some death and roll kind of in there as well a little bit. But yeah, it's a solid debut, but not my favorite. Next up, this is Sororicide with The Entity. Another one-off band from Iceland, actually. I love this album. This is another top-tier album for me. This is like imagine Convulse, but somehow even grosser and nastier sounding. If you can even think that's possible. That's that album, basically. Seriously, this is Sinister Across the Sticks.
Across the Sticks. Oh, man. Because I might like Diabolical Summoning a little bit more, mainly for the song Leviathan, because that's my favorite Sinister song.
Mm-hmm.
I still probably go great.
Yep, I'd agree.
With Sinister.
This is Miasma with Changes. I've not heard this one. I know it's like
The Dead Shall Inherit. Fantastic.
I put it in top tier personally. Top tier might get very loaded with me, but god damn, I love this album. Dude, perfect production. The fucking riffs all over this album are just moving on. I could go on and on.
Incantation Onward to Golgotha. It's definitely my top 3 Incantation albums, but it's
same
not
here.
my favorite. But I still say fantastic.
Yep, weirdo album cover, Twizzlers coming out of Jesus, or whatever it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
This is Cenotaph with the gloomy reflection of our hidden sorrows.
This is the Mexican Cenotaph.
Yep.
I assume.
This is the Mexican one. This is a top tier for me. Fucking perfect album.
My Dying Bride as the Flower Withers.
Their heaviest album.
Death metal oriented, even though it's still doomy.
Yeah.
I like Turn Loose the Swans more.
Yeah, same.
But this is still good. I'd say great.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Monstrosity, Imperial
Doom.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Okay.
Then again, I think all Monstrosity albums could go in fantastic tier. Maybe one could go up in the top tier, which would be Millennium. Maybe.
Yeah, or even what's the one after Millennium? I forget the name.
Oh,
is it Destroying Divinity? Is that what it's called, or is it?
No, it was
what the hell was it called?
Dark Purity.
In Dark Purity, that's what it was called. Yeah, even that album.
Hell, Spiritual Apocalypse is phenomenal too.
I mean, all of Monstrosity is killer.
Yeah.
But next
the Gates.
Red in the Sky is ours. They're definitely most like kind of avant-garde, I say. Really.
Almost straight up death metal album.
Yeah, but there's even some like very weird, like kind of avant-garde moments on this album.
Stuff on there too.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of it personally, but what do you think?
I've not listened to the whole thing, but from what I've heard musically, it's amazing, so I'd say great.
Yeah, fair enough.
I definitely think they got better on the follow-up and then just continuously got better once they got Slaughter of the Soul.
Agree.
Cyanide, Dying Truth. I still need to listen to this one.
I think this is a fantastic album. Dude, the fucking snare sound alone on this album, that's like the greatest snare sound in the history of humanity. Just, the snare sound alone.
Flesh Crawl. This is one I need to get and listen to. I hear so many good things about it.
Definitely, I think their most like doomy album. Like it almost feels like this band's like, even though they're German, they have a very kind of Swedish sound.
So like if Entombed was doomier.
Yes, because like there's some doomy ass riffs on this album. I put it in fantastic tier. I think it's a very dark, heavy, awesome album.
All right, Seance. Now I've heard of them.
Yeah, classic, kind of one of the more, I'd say, like mid-tier Swedish death metal bands. I put them in great tier, personally.
What is this?
What the hell? Okay, I've forgotten the name of this one. I think this is Paralysis. I have not heard this one. This was another one that was like suggested by a viewer, so I haven't heard it yet. I think they're like
Member of Immortal Damnation. Back to Finland on this one.
Disgusting guitar tone on this one. Yeah, I think that's fair. And this is Transgressor. This is another viewer suggestion. They're from
I've listened
Japan.
to this one.
I haven't either. So, but I mean, if you actually look closely,
yeah,
this is that's the same album cover that Hate Eternal Conquering the Throne uses. The same album.
If you zoom in on the angels,
Yeah.
Vital Remains, Let Us Pray.
Top tier. All right, I'll compromise and do fantastic, but
because I definitely think like De-Christianize obviously is the big one, but I would say this is a very close second.
That's my favorite Vital Remains album. I love that album. So damn evil. I love it.
Fear Factory, Soul of a New Machine. I love this one. I go great.
I think
obviously the manufacturers to go to, and Obsolete's up there too, but I love the early death metal Fear Factory stuff.
Same.
Hypocrisy, Penetralia.
Definitely more death metal.
Same with Osculum Obscenium as well.
I think Osculum Obscenum was a bit better, but yeah, Penetralia is still solid.
And then obviously from Fourth Dimension onward, they became straight up classic mellow death and consistent with it. Accidental Suicide. I need to get this one and listen to it. I hear great things about it.
I put it in great tier. Very doomy, never kind of like Wisconsin one-off band. I think they're great.
Amorphous, the Carillion Isthmus. Honestly, I go fantastic with this one.
It's still
next to Convulse, probably the best straight up Finnish death metal album, at least so far, that we've reached.
I love that album personally. My favorite Amorphous album still.
As a whole. And again, I love Amorphous as a whole.
Yeah.
I can't wait for a new album.
Yeah.
Oh, Demigod, Slumber of Sullen Eyes.
I think this is another fantastic album.
Yeah.
It's about on par with Convulse. Vader,
the Ultimate Incantation.
Not my favorite Vader album. Pretty rough production.
Probably great. Obviously, from De Profundas, they got better.
Yeah.
God Dethroned, the Christ Hunt.
Terrible album cover. Just a dead rat. Probably good or great. I think it's solid. I think they did improve a little bit with like Grand Grimoire, but it's solid. Then we have Martyr.
Dark Endless.
Pretty much their only death metal album. It's more like a blackened death album.
Yeah, it's like musically, it's kind of in the death metal vein, but vocally, it's black metal. Because if I remember, this was Andreas from Edge of Sanity doing the vocals.
And actually Dan Swano was I think did the mixing for this album too. I think it's good.
From what I hear, it's great, so I'd probably say great.
Yeah. Next up, Desultory or Desultory.
Listen to this one.
I put this one in great tier. Another kind of Dismember-ish, where it's like very melodic, but like not melodic death metal, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Demolich, Nespith, top tier.
We're going to disagree on this one big time. I don't like this album. Honestly,
shame.
I don't like this album. I'm sorry. I'll let you put it in top tier. I'll let. Oh! Am I going to get beaten? I'll let you take this one. You can have your top tier.
The chancla, as Ricky would say. But Demolich, that album is a masterpiece.
I'm sorry. I just don't care for that album at all.
I mean, it's weird. I know it's weird. It takes time getting used to, but
the vocals sound like a frog gurgling poo.
That's the charm of it, though. That is the charm of it, is how he does it.
You can have your top tier, buddy.
But I mean, like, this is kind of a bit of a precursor to what like Immolation would do a few years later, like Dissonance, and like, even though I would say this album's more technical than anything Immolation did, but still, Scald.
I think this is another fantastic album. Personally, I love this album. This is Demented Ted. I've not heard
this name, but I've never heard it. Anathema Serenades. Back to Death Dude.
I put this one in good tier personally. It's all right. It's just kind of too long. The songwriting really isn't quite there yet for me personally.
Yeah. Is this Roombath?
Internal Caustic Torments.
Not heard it. I've only
I
heard
put
the
it in.
new album from Wombbath.
I put it in great tier. I think it's definitely their best album. Swedish death metal, but it kind of has a bit of a Finnish vibe in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh,
Disincarnate.
Disincarnate. This is another top tier for me. For a one-off, top to bottom, almost perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, James Murphy not only coming up with great melodies and leads, but the riffs. This is almost like if you took Death on Human, mix in a little bit of Suffocation and Deicide, boom.
Yeah.
You get Disincarnate.
Yeah.
And it's crazy to think this was what he did right before he joined Testament.
Yeah. Next up,
Disembowelment.
This has got to be another top tier. It has to be.
Yeah, it has to. Even though
One
I've
of the
not
greatest.
listened to the whole album, I need to, and I need to somehow find a copy.
You can expensive. I have it on vinyl, so yeah.
Well, I need to get it on CD.
Oh, yeah.
You forget I'm a CD guy.
Well, I'm a CD guy too, but vinyls are awesome. This is Resurrection, Embalmed Existence. I put it in great tier. Very kind of like big malevolent creation vibes.
Who is this?
This is Pyrexia, Sermon of Mockery.
Oh, I couldn't tell because I couldn't see the logo. But Pyrexia, heard the whole thing, but I probably put it in great.
I put it, yeah, fair enough. I mean, I think it's fantastic personally, but I mean, it's kind of Suffocation worship, but they do put their own spin on it.
Yeah, a lot more groovy.
Yeah.
Who's this?
I think this is Morgue, I believe, if I remember correctly. I've not heard this one either yet. It's another viewer suggestion. Same with Deteriorate.
Deteriorate. Yeah, I hear this is a phenomenal album, but I've not heard it.
Same with Eucharist. Swedish. They were from Sweden, then they moved to Greece for some reason.
Yeah.
Paramecium, Never Death Doom, another viewer suggestion, haven't heard. Unholy
from the Shadows. I personally say fantastic.
Yeah,
I love the weird ambience of this one.
Yep.
Oh, Necrophobic, Nocturnal Silence. This is one I'm torn between top tier and fantastic. I'll settle for fantastic.
I agree with that. I mean, that's kind of like the perfect album for to get like a black metal fan into death metal, I think, personally.
I mean, I would argue that it's my favorite Necrophobic album, but then again, the last two have been amazing in their own right. More particularly Dawn of the Damned for me, but
yeah, I would say that's my favorite Necrophobic album still, though, personally. Dark Tranquility, Sky Dancer.
I am still not dove a lot into Dark Tranquility.
This one is okay. I really have a hard time getting into this album. The songwriting isn't there. The production is super rough. This is when they had Anders on vocals from In Flames instead of Michael Stan. Yeah. And I mean, there's cool folk elements, but the songwriting really just is not there at all. And again, very rough production. Cynic
Focus. This is a top tier one.
We're going to disagree on this one.
For prog death and jazzy death.
We're going to disagree on this one big time too. I would have this one in okay. I really don't like this album either. I'm sorry. I just I've tried to get into it. It's just too
I don't know. Just something about like the whole like alien vibe on it is just
yeah.
Man, I love it.
This is Mordecus, Dances from Left. Never finished death metal album. Have not heard it. So yeah.
Brutality. This is one I still need to listen to and get.
It's fantastic. I love this album. It's underrated.
Floridian Definitely believe it. Rod of War. That's another one I need to get.
Fantastic, probably. This is like the perfect hybrid of like incantation and Finnish death metal combined. You get Rod of War. God
Macabre. This is one I need to get as well.
I think great tier.
One off.
Yep, one off. Swedish death metal. It's pretty good.
Oh man, Catatonia, Dance of December Souls. I love this album so much. It's such a somber experience, but man, and also I love the production. Dan Swano did amazing work on it.
Kind of got a black metal vibe too, especially in the vocals.
Yeah, it's like they're in between death metal and black metal vocals, almost like Wagner from Sarcophago a
A
little
little
bit,
bit, yeah.
because it's like it sits in the middle of death metal and black metal.
Almost like blackened Death Doom at points.
Yeah, I would say
Yeah,
more melodic death doom, kind of like definitely the big precursor to bands like November's Doom and most especially Swallow the Sun.
yeah, definitely. This is
Uh,
Mystic Charm. I
Never
forget
heard
the name
of
of
it.
the album. I have not heard it yet. Another viewer suggestion. Same with Oh
Oh,
Gutted.
Gutted. Though Gutted, Ohio band. From what I've heard, it's great.
I haven't heard them yet, so but
And I know
I'll
Rick, he's going to be upset I haven't listened to the whole thing. There's just so many albums. It's hard to get to everything. But
yes,
from what I have
exactly.
heard, it is awesome. So
Yeah.
for now, I'll put it in grade. Once I listen to it, it will probably go up higher.
Yep.
In Flames, Lunar
Strain, the one with Michael Stahn instead of Anders.
Yep.
Definitely their most death metal, most raw. I think it's good. Jester Race was a lot better.
Oh, Oppressor.
This album's awesome.
Solstice. Yeah, I'm putting it in fantastic. I was listening to it the other day. This is almost in a similar vein to Disincarnate, where it feels like a hybrid of proggy era death and suffocation.
Yep.
And I would argue a tiny bit of Broken Hope since they were both from Illinois.
Chicago. Yeah.
So that makes up for it.
Septic Flesh. Mystic Charm, Places of Dawn.
Not heard it.
I've heard it. I think it's good. It's definitely more Death Doom. Not the symphonic elements would come later. I think it's good. It's not one I return to super often, though. The Chasm.
I need to listen to this
band. Oh, dude, you need. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend this.
I see they get compared to like Morbid Angel and Time Ghoul and Blood Incantation.
Yep, they're like proggy, technical death metal. I love them personally. This album is just good, though. It's a solid start, but I think it's their weakest. They got so much better later on.
They were about halfway through more than halfway through the list.
Infected by Rulance. This is music of Melkor. One-off German death metal. I'd put it in great tier. I think it's a really solid album.
Gorment.
Yep. Super heavy album. Guitar tone is lethal on that one.
Cryptopsy Blasphemy Made Flesh. Not my favorite Cryptopsy. It's my second favorite, but I'll put it in great.
I'd put it in fantastic tier, honestly. It's not, the production's not the best, but dude, the songs are just fucking brutal as shit.
Infestor. Definitely probably the creepiest album out of all of them.
And the most racist.
Well, maybe not in the lyrics, but I still am not sure where all that started. And I tried looking up everything. It's like, I can't find shit about it. But
have you read the lyrics to Braided in Palsy of that song?
Nah.
I think, read the lyrics on that one are kind of, oh boy, what are you doing? But they've since kind of apologized for it, and also.
And I bet they probably weren't even like that for real.
They were just dumb kids who.
I don't know. But musically, man, I swear, this almost sounds like Suffocation, Incantation, and black metal combined.
Yeah,
it is so heavy and scary sounding. I put it fantastic.
It would be top tier for me if it wasn't for the vocals. I'm not big on the vocals, admittedly. To me, they kind of sound like later era Chris Barnes. I hate to say that, but that's what they sound like to me.
All right, let's see what we got next.
Belphegor. More Black than Death.
Album.
It's good. It's not their best, though. I'd say good.
Yeah, I figured they probably got much better after.
Yeah.
Anyways, Cataclysm. I've not heard this album.
I don't like it personally. It's okay. I just don't. I think Cataclysm are super boring. Honestly.
Oh, here we go. Opeth, Orchid. I still, even though this would be like mid to low ranking for Opeth for me, I still love this album. If nothing else, for Forest of October. That is, in my opinion, out of their early era, their most underrated early era track, because, man, the melodies and the riffs on that song, I'll settle for great.
Yeah, that's fair. Definitely more of a black metal vibe in some of the songs, too.
Like in the production, like Swano getting the production.
Yeah, Dan Swano again.
Well, I don't even know if I'd say completely black metal. I'd say more like melodic death metal.
Yeah,
lot.
a little bit.
And also
Next up,
Michael's vocals, like even when he's trying to sound black metal, it's still death metal.
all right, next up, Christian.
I've not heard this album.
Domain. This album's awesome. Just brutal, unrelenting. Yeah.
I just immediately put 6 feet there.
Fuck 6
All right,
feet.
Internal Bleeding. I honestly love this album. For a
Yes.
slam album, it's the benchmark for
It
me.
is I think it's still the best slam album ever.
Ever.
Yeah. Jungle Rot, Skin the Living.
Not heard this one.
I think it's good. It's definitely more raw, less polished. I think it's all right.
A Dramalek.
Finish Immolation.
Pretty much.
Yep.
I would say great.
Yep, I agree with that.
I need to get that one on CD. Deeds of Flesh, Trading Pieces.
This is one I'm torn between. I'm torn between top tier and fantastic for this one, honestly, because
I'll go fantastic.
God damn, I love that album. Like, it's just riffs and brutality, man. Next up, Gates of Ishtar.
Oh, another mellow death band.
Yeah.
I've not heard this one, though.
I've only heard this one, like, fairly recently. It's really solid. I think I'd put it in great tier. It's kind of heavier, like, mellow death almost. Like, kind of closer to, like, Intestine Ballism, like, at certain points, honestly.
Maybe, like, closer to Carcass, too.
A little bit, yeah. Next up, Dying
Fetus. I put this in great. I love the raw, just primalness of it. Not as technical as they would get.
Way more grindy.
Yeah.
It's a short,
especially the song Skull Fucked. That is a fun song.
It's only 24 minutes long, too. It's an aggressively short album.
Black Earth by Arch Enemy. I've still yet to listen to this one.
I really like this album. I think it's pretty underrated. It would be, I put it in great tier. The vocals aren't the best, admittedly. Johan Levis. It doesn't really fit, honestly, but yeah. Angel Corpse.
Oh, Angel Corpse. I still need to get into more Angel Corpse.
So I think I put this one in great tier too. Solid, blackened death metal, very raw, very aggressive.
Oh, Mortician, cool. Hacked Up for Barbecue. I say fantastic. The best Mortician album.
I used to hate Mortician, but I've come to like them since. I think it's a good album.
Yeah.
Again, the samples take up too much time on the album, but whatever.
Vomitory. This is a Vomitory album I still need to listen to.
I like this album. It's like, yeah, I think great tier. I think Vomitory, like, they're just a very consistent band for the most part. So,
Intestine Ballism, Anatomy of the Beast. I still need to listen to this one.
I think I'm gonna put this in fantastic tier. I think their follow-up, Banquet in the Darkness, that's my favorite mellow death album ever. That's a top tier album, but yeah.
Oh, Mortal Decay. I've heard songs off of this, and it's pretty fun.
I'd say great tier. I think some of the songs are a little overly long, but it's a solid. It's a fun album. I actually have the poster for it hanging up right in front of me.
Nice. October Tide, Rain Without End. I still need to get into this one.
I still need to get into that one too. Not reviewer suggestions, so a band I should know, but I just don't.
Yeah, because it's basically Catatonia Jr.
Yeah, that's from what I've heard. Yeah,
Monomarth, Sent from the Golden Hall.
This was actually the album that got me into a Monomarth. Honestly, like a Monomarth really didn't click with me until I heard this album. I like the more raw like sound on this album. Drawn and Quartered.
Oh, I've only got a couple albums from this band. This isn't one of them.
I think this is another great one. It's solid. It's fun. Very Incantation, Immolation-y. Kind of a hybrid of those two.
Skinless, Progression Towards Evil.
The song titles on this album are fucking ridiculous. Dude, Crispy Kids, Fetus Goulash.
Yeah.
Dehumanized.
Prophecies Foretold. This is one I still need to get into.
Haven't heard this one either yet, so.
But it's basically like another Suffocation.
Yeah, early brutal death metal.
Okay, this is another one. I am going top tier with this one. I love Amongst the Catacombs of Nefernkah. It's not my favorite Nile album. You'll know that in the rankings. This is definitely, in my opinion, top 4. Easily. Yeah. Even though this is like still technical, but not as technical as they would become. This was more towards brutal death.
Yeah.
But man, especially for the song Stones of Sorrow, like that song is like Morbid Angel meets Suffocation.
Dude, Ramsey's Bringer of War is a banger.
Opening of the Mouth is underrated.
Soil Work, more mellow death. Not my
Haven't heard
favorite.
this one yet.
I think it's good. It's not my favorite though. Rune Magic.
Rune Magic. Not heard
Swedish
this album.
Death Doom. I put it in great tier, I think. Yeah.
All right.
Scattered Remnants. This is a top tier for me. One. I gotta put this one in top tier. I fucking love this album. Pure, unfiltered aggression.
Exhumed gore metal. Production not the best, but musically it's fun. Even though Slaughter Cult blows it out of the water.
I even think that Necrocracy is better, honestly.
Disgorge, the American Disgorge, Cranial Impalement. I love this one.
Yes.
Great on this. I need to get the Disgorge albums.
Yeah, I love Disgorge. I think Sheila Gutted was better, but that's still a great album.
Malignancy. I still need to listen to the whole thing, but from what I heard, it is chaotically insane.
Yeah, it's gross and awesome death metal.
Aborted. Purity of Perversion. Not heard.
Not my favorite. Not my favorite. I think it's good, but I think they got way better with like Gormageddon and stuff.
Absolutely.
Regurgitation, Tales of Necrophilia. This is another top tier for me. I fucking adore this album. One of my favorite brutal death metal albums of all time.
Oh, we got Devourment, Molesting Decapitated. Not really a big Devourment fan.
I think this album is honestly really good. I put it in great tier, personally. I think it's a great album.
Ooh, Necrophagist, Onset of Putrefaction.
This is one where we're going to disagree, I think, because I don't like this album.
It's not my favorite of the two albums, but I'm going to put it in great.
All right. Hate Eternal.
Hate Eternal, Conquering the Throne. I'm going to say great on this one, too. I think they got better with King of All Kings going forward.
Well, songwriting, yes, but the production also got worse. Like, production-wise, that's one of their better albums, because production's very hit or miss with Hate Eternal.
Yeah. Okay, this one, I'm going top tier with Decapitated, Winds of Creation. That's my favorite Decapitated album. The song Eye of Horus alone, in my opinion, is the best Decapitated song of all time. It's like perfect technical riffs, tremolos, groovy blasts, and just awesome groove all throughout. It's such a killer album. Even the cover of Mandatory Suicide was amazing. I like Nility, but I don't know. I feel like I like the more raw sound on Winds of Creation. And that was Peter from Vader who produced it.
I mean, VTech was only 17 on that album, too, which is crazy.
I think actually he was 15 when they recorded it in 99.
Fucking insane.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
All right. Who is this?
This is Benighted.
Oh, so French band?
French.
This one.
This one is not that great. This sounds like they obviously nowadays they're more like brutal death metal, death grind. This is like when they were more of a blackened death metal band. It feels like this album is just confused. Like it doesn't know what it wants to be. Like, does it want to be a black metal album, a death metal album, a grindcore album? It just it's just such a weird, not good album. Next up is I've not heard this album. I love Vehemence, but I haven't heard this album yet.
Vehemence.
Listen to God Was Created. That album rips.
I think this
Severe Torture.
I've not heard this album, but I need to.
I put this in great. It's kind of more middle of the road, I think, for this list, but it's fun.
Gojira. Terra Incognita, I'm going fantastic.
All right, I won't stop you.
I love this album. It's not my favorite Gojira album. That comes 2 albums after, but their early death metal stuff, straight up death metal with some prog, was awesome. I mean, basically most of this album's songs from their Godzilla days.
Yeah.
Just with better production, and it's phenomenal.
Yeah, here, what Rick is saying, Vehemence, they're basically like the American intestine ballism.
Yeah. All right, Gorgasm. The only thing I know about Gorgasm is their frontman Damien's in Broken Hope.
Yep. He's a solid vocalist, and this album
he is an awesome guttural vocalist for sure.
Yeah, this album's a lot of fun. I would put it in great tier. Fun, brutal death metal.
Oh,
Bloodbath.
Bloodbath, Resurrection Through Carnage, I'll go fantastic. Love the album, but it's not my favorite Bloodbath album.
It's a
That
fun album.
ranking's coming later this year.
Yeah.
You'll know what my favorite is, but I love Resurrection Through Carnage. I love the almost Left-Hand Path-esque production, minus the drum sound. Not as strong, but
I think
Soul Collector, that opening melody on that song. Same with Death Delirium. Both of those opening melodies are.
I really like Michael Ockerfeld's vocals on that album too.
And Dan Swano's drumming's pretty good on there too.
Yeah,
Very
yeah.
punky for sure. Black Dahlia Murders, Unhallowed, I say torn between fantastic and great because obviously they got better.
Yeah.
But I love the rawness. I go fantastic because I love how raw and
right.
less screamy the vocals were. Like there was more of a balance between the growl and the scream.
Yeah.
Because the song Funeral Thirst alone, that's one of my favorite Melodeath songs of all time.
Yeah, fair.
Who
Veracity, Circle of Perversion. Not heard this one, but they're basically the Greek Suffocation, pretty much.
Hey, what's up, Nick?
What's up, Rawls?
We are going over death metal debuts. We're almost done. 150 freaking albums.
Yep,
if you can believe it. Misery Index, Retaliate. I say great.
Yeah, Misery
Obviously,
Index.
They got better over time.
I don't know. To me, Misery Index is one of those bands where all their albums are consistently good, but they don't really have one that's like standout awesome.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I would say, I don't know. I think Killing Gods would be the one that a lot of people would say that, oh my God, that is fucking insane.
I think I like Heirs to Thievery. Maybe that's my favorite, possibly.
No, even the last album, Complete Control, I think it was called.
Yeah.
I love that one. Kind of bringing in some Behemoth vibes in there too, especially the opening track with that opening clean melody. It's like, did I suddenly switch over to Bartzabel? Because it reminded me of that song, and I loved how it starts before it just unleashes.
Next up, Decrepit Birth. I've not heard this one. Yeah.
Defeated Sanity.
Prelude to the Tragedy. I have. It's awesome. It's not as technical maybe, but it's just flat out brutality.
I know. I think it was Psalms of the Moribund. I think that was the second album.
Yeah, second or third. Yeah, but I think that album.
That one.
Yeah,
that one. Basically, German Suffocation.
Yep, basically
with more technical flair.
Even like a bit of jazz fusion on like some of their spots too.
Ulcerate, A Fracture and a Failure. Back when they were less
dissonant,
more brutal. More brutal death too. I like it, but obviously once Everything Is Fire came out, that's when they became something of their own.
I think
it's still say great though.
I put it down to good personally. It's just because they got so much better after that album.
Yeah.
Like, especially with, like, Stare to Death and Be Still, it's like...
The new album, Cutting the Throat of God.
Yes,
that is highly up there for me.
Yep.
Dead Congregation. I feel shitty. I have not listened to this one, but I need to.
Oh, dude, this is a great album. It's, like, again, perfect blend of, like, immolation and incantation worship.
Hooded Menace, Fulfilled the Curse.
I'm ashamed to say I have not listened to much Hooded Menace. This is a band I should know, but I just don't.
This is one of my lower. If I were to do a Hooded Menace ranking, this would be lower on the list for me, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah,
I think they got better with Never Cross the Dead, the follow up, and Effigies of Evil, and then their last one, Trident of Spell, was phenomenal. And we need a new album. It's been too long.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Fleshed Out Apocalypse, Oracle.
Not heard this one.
I think it's a really solid album. It's definitely not, again, kind of like Septic Flesh, not symphonic. It's just kind of like a straight up tech dev album, but it's a lot of fun.
And then finally, Gizmo. Despite Craig Pilliard, I think it's phenomenal. I'm torn between top tier and fantastic. Oh, I'm going to put it in top tier.
I mean, dude, it's just a heavy fucking album.
Yeah, and I agree, Rick. Swallow the Sun should have had their first album should have been on here, and I probably would have put that in great.
Again, I haven't heard Hooded Menace, so I really can't say what they sound like. I know where they kind of are, but I just, I'm an idiot, and I don't listen to bands I should listen to.
Same here at times with me. But yeah, so this was death metal album debuts ranked.
Yep. 150.
So 150, we got through it somehow.
Yep.
But yeah, so there's all of our top tier. So Morbid Angel, Entombed, Nocturnus, Dismember, Gorefest, Suffocation, Broken Hope, Sororicide,
Cenotaph,
Demolich, Disincarnate, Disembowelment, so many disses.
Yep.
Cynic, Nile,
Scattered
Remnants,
Regurgitation,
Decapitated, and Disma. Yeah, how was Necrophagia? Season of the Dead not on here?
I somehow look, dude. There's so many death metal
or the suggestions, or like fans suggesting them. I'm shocked nobody suggested that to you.
I know there's so many death metal albums, and I should have come up with that one, but I just never Necrophagia never crossed my mind when I came up with this.
I know, right? Yeah.
There's just so many awesome death metal debuts out there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then some from the modern era that wasn't added on here, like Blood Incantation, Gate Creeper, Frozen Soul, 200 Stab Wounds.
Yeah, I thought about adding more like modern bands. I figured I'd maybe just
Blood Red Throne's Monument of Death could have been on here, and I would have put that in between great and fantastic.
I still haven't heard much Blood Red Throne. Admittedly, I know. Crucify me. I know.
Basically, if you love Cannibal Corpse, you'll love Blood Red.
Yeah.
Well, early on, I would say, yeah. Well, there's still some Cannibal Corpse touches there, but I'd say they're more melodic than Cannibal Corpse.
Okay.
Almost get into, even at times, like especially with the lead work, almost like Death a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, there's some bloodbath to them, not so much in the tone, but in the style. Decapitated in terms of like grooves, and even at times they can get a bit Meshuggah-esque with like polyrhythms here and there.
Yeah.
But I would say the 3 albums from Blood Red Throne you have to check out to start: Souls of Damnation, Affiliated with the Suffering, and Imperial Congregation. Because those 3 different vocalists, but perfectly encapsulate what they do. And ladies and gents, it was Nick.
Sup, Nick?
Sup. Finally feeling more better now.
Good.
Still got a couple more days left of proper healing, but I'm like about 80-85% healed up. I mean, it's gone, and I feel a lot better. No toothaches.
Dude, well, hold on here. I'm looking over your selections here. How is Severed Survival not top tier?
It should be, but blame Levi for that.
Levi?
I like Mental Funeral a little bit more.
Oh, and Deicide's debut? Come on.
I wanted
Full Side Journey.
I wanted to put Ripping Corpse in top tier, but he was like, nope, fuck you. Because Levi...
No, that's not how it works.
Dude.
Demigod? Oh, come on. Dude, Morta Scald? What are you doing?
Incantation.
Yeah? Dude. Oh, my. Dude, Gormand? That's their only album. Shame on you. Dude, what? No, hold on. Sentenced is that low? Oh, my God. Levi. I feel like this is about to turn into an intervention.
There's so much I need to listen to, okay?
Oh, my God.
There's only so many albums I can listen to in a day.
Oh, dude. Monstrosity, Incantation. Baphomet should be up a little bit higher, I think, too.
I wanted to put Baphomet at top tier, too, but he was like, no.
Oh, my God.
Well, it's only because, like, I still need to...
The Rack is down in the 3rd tier.
Third tier is still like an 8 out of 10 at least.
Well, I would say top
I don't think it's as good as
I would say top tier. I would say for me, top tier is like perfect, fantastic's like near perfect, great's like right close, and then good, and then okay.
What's wrong with the Rack?
Production's not the best. I think the vocals are a little high in the mix.
Fine. I mean, and I love the gas.
And I like 3 other Asphyx albums just more.
Last One on Earth is really, that's where they perfected their...
And I also love...
Wombats should be higher. That's their best album. Dude, Gutted? like that. I would put that up at least at fantastic. That's Toledo, man. That's
I know.
my hometown.
I just haven't listened to it all the way through.
Oh, dude, it's a great album.
I haven't listened to it at all, so yeah. Anything else you want to scold us for? You want to scold us about?
No, it's just give me a minute here. All right, hold on. Therion, that's their best album. I don't like their symphonic shit.
I like the symphonic stuff. I think Felly is an awesome album.
Dude, would be my
God Dethrones the Christ Hunt should be up higher. That's a fucking awesome album. I love that album.
I think Grand Grimoire's a lot better.
I might have Lunar Strain up a little bit higher, maybe. I think that one's pretty good. Skin the Living is one of my favorite Jungle Rot albums. I think that's honestly one of their best albums overall.
Anything else you think is like too high? Anything you want to lower?
Honestly, maybe Amon Amarth. Like, I think that one's good, but I don't think they hit their stride quite yet. Like, there's still some stuff on One Step from Golden Hall that's little, I don't know, like not quite there yet. No, it's not. Totally not. Let me see. I don't know. Oh, man, Desultory seems a little low to me too. I don't know.
It's only there because I haven't heard it.
Oh man,
I know. There's so much.
I put it in great tier personally. It's not my favorite like Swedish death metal album.
I really like the one. It stands out for being very thrashy, and it also has a lot of melody to it.
I think Bitterness was a better album, though, personally.
They're like 1A and 1B for me. I think Fear Factory is about in the right place. Oh man, that's Seance. I don't know, dude. All right, As the Flower Withers, that's my favorite My Dying Bride album, so I would have that one a lot higher. In fact,
not my favorite, but I love it.
Oh,
not my favorite either, but
dude, I like Rope Hours. That's my favorite My Dying Bride album. Oh wait, I just realized Drawing Quarters in good tier. Levi, move that up. What are you doing?
Great. That one's honestly not my favorite of theirs, but it's still good. They're very consistent.
Yeah, I think Black Dahlia Murder is a little high, personally.
Put them down.
I like other albums more than that one. It's a rough production, but I mean, Contagion, fucking. Oh god damn it! I can't remember all the fucking silly song titles. Contagion's a fucking banger. Yeah, Gorments.
Yeah.
That's way too good to be down there.
I think Massacre is really high.
Massacre might be a bit high. Like, that's a damn good album, but I mean,
I don't know. Like, just the nostalgia. Like back when I used to work at the golf course washing carts, I would listen to From Beyond like twice during a shift.
Oh, it's a damn good album, but I mean, even in comparison to like a lot of the other Florida death metal ones, dude, Brutality, that debut, that's I think their best album too.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, Atheist, I would have it fantastic tier. The first two albums, I mean, nothing stops Unquestionable Presence for me.
What about At the Gates?
The early At the Gates stuff I like, but I think it's around Terminal Spirit Disease that I feel like they just got their sound.
Agreed. Yeah.
Honestly, the stuff on the demo, the Gardens of Grief demo, I might even have higher than that debut.
I almost want to put actually no. I think Christian's fine where it is.
Yeah.
I think they got better after that album, especially production. Like, dude, Conquerors of Armageddon. Oh my god, that album's amazing.
Yes. They're playing that in its entirety at MDF.
God damn it, I want to go to MDF so bad, but I'm broke and in Canada.
Two things going against you, I guess, there. Well, I mean, like passports and all that shit.
You should have seen our fast food tier list we did earlier. I didn't have 90% of what was on that list because it's all in America. I was like, the fuck is like Bojangles?
Where the fuck's Tim Hortons?
Yeah, where the fuck's Tim Hortons? I actually had Tim Hortons earlier today. It was all right.
What do you got at the bottom? I haven't really seen what's all at the
We
bottom.
only have 4 at the bottom. Dark Tranquility.
Let's see what the ones you
Cataclysm,
had
6
heard.
Feet Under, and
Oh,
The
Defy
Night.
Aggression. You got to jam that one.
Yeah, I haven't heard it.
I need to jam Deteriorate too,
I
and
think I have that.
Dehumanized, and October Tide.
Dehumanized is pretty good. I think it's a little rough production wise. Like it's very Suffocation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It sounds
that's what I've heard.
so much like Suffocation, but I kind of like their later albums a little bit more. I can't make it.
What about Cataclysm's debut? Where would you put that?
Early Cataclysm is kind of like tough to digest just because I'm not a fan of the vocals.
Was that Silvio on the
Yeah,
vocals? or
Sylvain, yeah.
Sylvain.
Sylvain?
Yeah.
Maurizio's the other.
Maurizio, I like Maurizio more. Man, Ulcerate, I feel like could be a little bit higher too.
Yeah, but in comparison to their other material, though, like Everything is Fire, Staring to Death and Be Still, I just don't think it holds up.
Yeah, it's
Even the
definitely
last
their
album.
most different album where it was like more brutal and
Yep.
so,
Like Shrines of Paralysis, too. Like,
Cutting the Throat of God.
Yes.
Destroyers of All. Yeah.
Staring to Death and Be Still is that's my favorite. I love that album.
Awesome.
And you haven't heard Decrepit Birth?
yeah, I have.
Not
I
that
haven't.
album. Not that album.
It's a good one. I got a T-shirt for that one someplace. I've met Decrepit Bill a couple of times.
Isn't Decrepit Bill like homeless or like?
He's like he's like an old surfer dude. He's just like the second time I met him, he was like literally like sitting in a yoga position like on his merch table, like, oh hey man, how's it going? I was like, oh fuck, what's up, man? Because I ran into him before at a different Summer Slaughter and I had a COC shirt on, like with the old school logo. I was like, all right, man, I gotta ask, like, what's your favorite era, man? Is it the old school shit or you like like the pepper stuff? I was like, God, I fucking love it all.
I've heard with Decrepit Birth that debut is like their most brutal album.
It's pretty brutal. I mean, it's also it still fits pretty like firmly in the tech death though. Like, I mean, it's got slams for sure, but I mean, I don't know. I would say it's more tech death.
All right, it's time to get real controversial with MCU rankings.
I gotta set this one out. I've seen like 2 Marvel movies and that's it.
Well,
I'm trying to find one where it's just the movies, not the shows included.
Oh, actually, while we're here, we could show the black metal debut ranking we did earlier as well, and have Nick Skolas.
well, I was going to say, I mean, you did the first albums for death metal. Sophomore death metal albums might be fun.
I have another one.
I don't know if they have a.
I have one. I made one.
Okay.
I made one. You want me to send you a link for
Yeah.
death metal sophomores?
Yeah.
It's not 150. It's only 30. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one that took quite a bit.
yeah, here I'll send
Well,
you
then
the
again,
link.
the fast food one took quite a bit too.
Yeah. Here I will send you the link via Instagram. All right, there you go.
All right,
Ta-da!
sophomore albums, only 30. Okay,
Yep.
well, immediately,
Yep.
Yeah, God
no
tier.
disputing that.
Next one's God tier in my mind.
Consuming.
I put it in
Impulse, I
fantastic tier personally, but it's yeah.
I love that album.
I love Consuming Impulse.
Realm of Chaos.
Realm of Chaos. It's not my
It's
favorite. It's not in my top 3. It's
War
number
Masters,
5.
my goat.
Dude, World Eater on that.
Yeah. Cenotaph.
Yeah, Symphonies of
Carcass.
Sickness.
Carcass.
I mean, that's way up there for me. But again, Heart Work and Necroticism exist. Cause Death God tier.
Yep. And for me, Mental Funeral top tier for me.
Yeah.
I think Sever Survival is a little bit better.
Yeah, I agree. But still, dude, Mental Funeral. Dude, Torn from the Womb. Robbing the Grave. Hole in the Head.
Destiny.
Blessed Are the Sick. I'd probably put this one lower, honestly.
I'd
Like
probably go
great
great.
tier.
It's not as good as Covenant or Altars, but
Altars.
Production's an issue.
But
vocals are too
still,
high.
it's an amazing album. It's just
Yeah. Butchered at Birth.
I'd put
Even
it
though
great
production
tier.
not the best.
I put it
musically,
fantastic tier. I love that album. Production's not the best, but dude, Vomit the Soul,
Vomit the Soul.
Sodomy. What's the one with Glenn Benton on vocals? Is that Vomit the Soul?
Vomit
Or?
the Soul, yep.
Okay, yeah.
Dude, Rancid Amputation.
Claddenstein.
Clandestine.
I would put that
Claddenstein.
at fantastic or great. Like again, it's not Left Hand Path. I know some people that's their fucking favorite, but
Dude, if LG was on Clandestine, I would have it in top tier.
I would probably say it's Retribution.
I would put
fantastic or top tier. That's like a perfect Florida death metal album.
I mean, that's a great example of thrash too. Like
Brett Hoffman's vocals on that album are insane.
Yep,
that dude was a great vocalist. Shame he's gone.
Yeah,
and You'll Never See.
Top tier for me. That's probably my favorite Grave album. That's the one that got me into Grave.
Shadows in the Deep. Not my favorite.
I was good.
Yeah,
it like again another one that pales in comparison. Yeah, that one's goated right there.
Unorthodox.
Unorthodox. I'm gonna say fantastic.
Like fantastic or great.
I think great
because that was basically what began their push towards mellow death and prog death. I mean, the song Enigma alone is a prog death metal masterpiece, and it still boggles my mind how Dan Swano talked about it in an interview, not the one I did, but the Redefining Darkness one, where he talks about how originally, for that section where you hear Swano do the clean vocals, he said that was a guide vocal because they were going to do an actual choir for that section because he wanted it to feel like a proper church moment. Like you have all the choir singing and then the preacher comes out. But because they couldn't find anybody else to do the choir stuff, because originally they were just going to do the choir stuff themselves, but double it or triple it to make it sound like a choir, but it didn't work out, and he just had the guide vocal, and Swano even said, and it turned out to be the best decision we ever made, because word on the street was, you guys have clean vocals on a death metal album. How cool is that? Last one on Earth, top.
My favorite death metal album of all time.
The best Death Doom album of all time.
That's my favorite.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Disembowelment.
Illusion of Sanity. I want to put this in top.
Oh no, it's top tier for me. That's probably my favorite Gorguts album.
I like Consider Dead, but Erosion of Sanity is a really solid follow-up.
That is one of the best transitional albums too, because you could start hearing them play a little bit more technical on there. It's a good segue into what they would do next, kinda, even though Obscura is just batshit crazy.
Which sucks.
Breeding the Spawn minus the production.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, no, the songs are, dude, Marital Decimation.
Animalistic Offerings.
Yep.
Indecent and Obscene. I think it's another top tier one, honestly. It's almost on par with Like an Ever-Flowing Stream. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm on top tier.
Osculum Obscenium, Hypocrisy.
I put it fantastic. I dig that album.
Mortal Throne Nazarene. Not the best production.
I think it's one of their best. I want to go top tier, but I'll say
feel like fantastic and great.
Yeah. Deep Profundus, I think that's a top tier album. My favorite Vader album.
Honestly, I would go with that too, yeah.
Here and After, I'm going top tier for Here and After.
I don't blame you. Yeah, that album's amazing.
Yeah, they're really just not a bad Immolation album. I'll just
like that's the first like real Immolation album. That's really where they started to become their dissonant selves.
Yeah, crazy fucking drum patterns.
Morning Rise.
I love Morning Rise.
I would put it at great. I was like, it's still not my favorite. Like it's good.
I'd bump it down a tier. It's not as good as Realm of Chaos.
None so vile.
Yep.
Killing on Adrenaline.
Fantastic. Or no, top tier for me personally. That's my second favorite.
It's not my favorite Dying Fetus album, but it's up there.
Destroy the Opposition's the GOAT for me.
Yeah.
I like Reign Supreme. That's my favorite.
That's probably my number two. Like it flips back and forth between those two.
But Killing on Adrenaline is my second. I love that album. It's Kill Your Mother, Rape Your Dog.
Yep.
Great family-friendly jam.
Chainsaw Dismemberment.
I would put it great. I put it great. It's more of a novelty, but it's
Yeah.
a fun fucking album. But it's not hacked up for a barbecue.
Nile.
Black Seeds of Vengeance. I'm gonna go great.
Yeah.
Just great.
Because I'll say,
Not my-
spoiler alert for the Nile ranking, it's not going to be that high. It's going to be
Me
on the
neither.
lower end,
not
but
for
it's
me
still
either.
awesome. Then again, there's no bad Nile album. That's the wonderful thing about Nile.
Yeah.
Nility.
Oh, God tier.
I go. I like Winds of Creation much more.
I'd go top tier.
Whoa.
Or fantastic.
All right,
I
I got
think maybe.
Alpha.
I would
I
do
got
that.
outvoted.
I think that's one of the
I
best.
love Nility. I love Nility, but I like the production more on Winds of Creation. Plus, the Eye of Horus is my favorite Decapitated song.
King of all.
Madness.
That's my second favorite, Spheres of Madness.
King
You gotta see him live doing that entire album. It was fucking awesome.
of all kings.
It's either great or fantastic.
Yeah,
And then
fantastic.
Bloodbath.
Oh, yeah.
Nightmares Made Flesh, top tier.
Yeah.
Year of the Cadaver Race, one of the most fun death metal songs ever.
Outnumbering the Day.
Eton.
Yep. All right, well,
Yeah.
they're sophomore albums.
No, not a bad album on that list.
No.
No.
It's
Back to
like-
MCU business.
one of the most uneven discographies out there because when it's bad, it's so fucking bad.
Which one?
Unleashed.
Unleashed.
Oh yeah, dude, Warrior.
Dude, that album's dog shit. Oh my god. There's like one redeemable song on there, I think.
I Fucked the Dead.
Oh. Dude.
But their later stuff, I think, has been really good. Like their last couple albums, I thought were great.
Yeah. No, I'd say pretty much everything from god damn it. Helheim? No, somethingheim.
Hell's
Odelheim?
Unleashed.
Odelheim, is that the one?
Odelheim, there it is.
Odelheim,
Yeah.
Still trying to find.
This one says every single MCU movie.
Well, it's also including like Venom and like some
No.
TV shows. I'm still trying to find at least one that's somewhat up to date. Maybe up to date to Deadpool and Wolverine. What about this one? Oh no, damn it. MCU rank, does it
okay.
have?
Come say hi to the people.
Oh yeah, okay, here we go. This is one that's up to date.
Oops.
All right, so start from the first, and work our way down. So Spider-Man No Way Home.
Say hi.
I thought it was a great movie.
I go S tier on that. I love that movie.
Yep.
Say hi.
Wakanda Forever. I still haven't watched it, and I don't really know if I really.
I watched
want
it.
to.
I would put it C. Like they were in a bind, but I mean, story wise, I didn't
Yeah.
think it was bad.
Mm-hmm. Quantumania. I'd probably go C as well on that one. It was okay.
Yeah. I feel like more could have been done there, but
Far From Home. I go A tier on that one.
I'd
I
go
really like
A or S tier. Honestly, all the Spider-Man movies have been great.
with Tom Holland. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can't wait for the next one next summer. Not this summer, but next summer. Age of Ultron. I know this is out of the 4 Avengers movies, it's probably the weakest, but I still love it.
I would say A tier. I like that one. I just the fact they got god damn it, the voice of Ultron. I can't think of his
James
damn
Spader.
name. James Spader. The most condescending tone possible. That's perfect.
Yeah. Even though character-wise, they did Ultron more justice on What If Season 1. Personally.
Yeah.
Iron Man 2, call me crazy, but I'll go E.
I would have gone D, but I mean, it's not as good. It's still a good movie. First Iron Man, still, I think, like probably the strongest of the solo Iron Man movies.
And I'll put that in S tier since that was next. Doctor Strange, I go A. I
Yeah,
really love Doctor Strange, the first one at least.
I like the second one honestly a little bit more, just because of the Sam Raimi factor.
Yeah, the effects were cool, but the story I thought wasn't as good.
I like the story because it kind of fiddled with alternate universes.
I should just
Yeah, but given the title, you would have thought it would have been even more insane. But kind of lacked
I thought it was
for
pretty
me.
fucking crazy.
I should get a book.
Infinity War. That's
Hey,
S tier for me.
yeah, top tier.
I'm just
Same
saying.
with Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yep.
I still love Deadpool and Wolverine. Captain Marvel, F. Fuck that movie.
I didn't
Fuck
think it
Brie
was
Larson. I don't
Why?
think it's a bad movie. It's just not aged well for me at all.
I mean, it was a '90s movie, so there's some '90s nostalgia.
Well, no, like the '90s stuff, I liked the Samuel L. Jackson, Ben Mendelsohn, Jude Law stuff. I liked. It's just Brie Larson ruins it for me. I hate her.
Why?
She's a cunt. She's an absolute cunt.
Well, she didn't seem like this.
If it was Charlize Theron as Captain Marvel, oh my
Still
god,
old.
I don't think age plays a factor in that.
I mean, for someone that's going to have their face
she's
out,
Clea now. She's Clea now, so
Clea's supposed to be centuries old.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But then again, Captain Marvel's old, but just ages slowly.
Well,
I don't know.
I didn't think it was that bad of a
I
movie.
just can't get
fun.
in. I just can't get into anything with Brie Larson after all the shit she has done. I can't.
What has she done?
Yeah, what has she done?
She's basically, to put it lightly, she has a reputation of putting her foot in her mouth in the worst way possible. I will agree. Room is a good Brie Larson movie, and I remember I went and saw her when she was in Hoot, because I was on a school field trip and saw that movie, and she was fine then. But I just can't get into anything she does.
You want to?
I can't do it. I can't.
Come on, Kenny.
I'll be fair. I'll put her up to E, mainly because everything else about the movie I like is just Brie Larson. I can't stand. Endgame, that's S tier as well.
There you go.
Spider-Man: Homecoming, I'll go A as well.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I like.
Well,
that.
it's like I love all three of them, but it just seemed like it just got better each time, to the point where No Way Home's top tier. Ant-Man and the Wasp, I go A or B. I'm not sure.
First Ant-Man was better.
I'll go B. Shang-Chi, I thought it was decent.
I thought that was a fun movie. The martial arts choreography was awesome. They did some justice to the Mandarin finally, after a horrible fucking go with the Mandarin, before. We'll get to that.
Yeah. Oh, real quick, Rick, you just summed it up perfectly. She's vocally a bitch face. Like, fucking Kristen Stewart. Thank you, Rick.
Well,
someone on my
Kristen Stewart just breathes. Like she doesn't do anything.
No.
Like she takes up space in a movie. Like my issue with her, she's not a good actress.
No.
I mean, all right, I love Keanu Reeves.
She sounds like she's out of breath when she speaks.
Yeah, again, I like fucking, Keanu Reeves and all. He's not a good actor. He's never been a good actor.
No.
But he's likable.
Yeah. Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. I know you want to put it higher. I'll settle for meet in the middle at B.
Okay.
Incredible Hulk. I'm going D.
It was pretty good. I like that.
It was a decent movie, but obviously no Edward Norton again afterwards.
Well, yeah. He's just impossible to work with.
Yeah.
Like that's his reputation as just being
A dick.
kind of a fucking prima donna.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, granted, talented actor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why do talented people
Guardians-
have to be pieces of shit? Wait, what is
Guardians
with
of the
that?
Galaxy 1 top.
Yep, killer.
I put it in A tier. That's the only I've seen all three Guardians of the Galaxy movies, and those are the only three MCU movies I've seen. So,
Oh,
Black Widow, again, kind of in a similar vein to Shang-Chi. It was decent, but the problem was it should have been made sooner.
yeah.
So I'll go C.
See, yeah.
Thor: Love and Thunder. I'm putting an E because that is the biggest disappointment I've ever witnessed.
Oh god, well, yeah, you didn't see the original Spider-Man 3 in theaters like I did.
Well, yeah, in terms of being at the theater to watch this movie, I was
Batman and
expecting
Robin.
so much from this movie, and it fell flat for me.
It was okay. I like Christian Bale's performance.
Just the writing of the characters sucked.
Yeah, making the hammer sentient, like it's getting jealous, kind of that annoyed me probably more than anything else.
First Thor.
First Thor's a B movie. Like I like
Yeah.
it, but it was
Yeah.
a good humble start.
Iron Man 3,
E or F.
controversial. Yeah, I'm going E. The weakest of the three.
Oh yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy 3, I'm going S tier.
Hard
Such
to
an
watch.
emotional roller coaster. Fucking hell. Captain America Civil War, that's another.
Yeah. It's basically an Avengers
I saw that movie 4 times in a month at the theater with different people each time because holy crap. Ant-Man, I go A.
Yep. The first Ant-Man's awesome. Paul Rudd's, I mean, his charm can carry it.
I still never forget when I heard the announcement it was Paul Rudd playing Ant-Man, I'm thinking, is that really going to work? Because I remember Paul Rudd from Anchorman and I Love You Man and all these classic comedies from the 2000s I still love. And I'm
When
like,
I found out he was
Marvel
playing,
movie? And then I see him and it's like, holy crap, that actually works.
well, for me, I didn't think it was going to work because I didn't believe him as Hank Pym, but he was playing Scott.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, never mind.
Was for Hank, and that
Change my mind there.
First Avengers, top tier.
Yep.
That's still, in my opinion, out of all the MCU, the GOAT.
That's a damn good movie. I didn't like Captain America's uniform in it. It looked too fuzzy.
Even Chris Evans hated it. Thor Ragnarok, top tier.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite Thor
absolutely
movie.
Love mine too. Winter Soldier, top tier as well.
Yep.
Black Panther, top tier. That's the one I saw the most in theaters, 6 times. I absolutely love the first Black Panther.
I wish Chadwick Boseman was still with us.
Yeah. Talk about one that didn't deserve to go so soon.
Dude, he was the fact that he was fighting it all that time too.
Yeah. It was, man. Captain America First Avenger, I go A.
It's a good movie.
I really liked it.
I've known that origin story for years.
Dark World, I'll go D.
I'd put it B. I still thought it was an enjoyable movie.
Thank you. I was one to put it in B because actually I prefer it over the first Thor.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the Loki story.
Yep.
The Marvels haven't watched, but I'm going to go ahead and guess and say F because it bombed. I've only seen the mid and post credit scenes, which were good, but other than that, yeah. Guardians 2, I'm torn between S and A on this one because I really like Guardians 2.
I would go S. I still enjoyed that one. I thought
Kurt Russell was fun in that movie.
Kurt Russell's Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell's the man. Captain America Brave New World, I have yet to see it.
I've heard it's pretty good.
And then Eternals, bottom.
I watched it. I thought it was okay. There wasn't enough to the characters for people to latch onto. Like
and
they didn't
dragged so much.
Well, they probably tried to like make up for it with like, all right, we need exposition, we need more character building because no one knows these characters. They were kind of hoping for that same thing with Guardians of the Galaxy, where it's like, hey, we got the ragtag bunch. Like no one knows these fucking characters except for like the fucking uber nerds. And turns out even the uber nerds really didn't know Eternals that much. So yeah it tanked.
Yeah, and on top of that, we're only probably going to see a few of them return in Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars. Probably the only ones being Cersei, maybe Icarus, because they might bring Richard Madden back. And they got to bring Black Knight back.
Yeah, well, I mean, his whole setup in there. Like they showed the blade. But I want Black Knight to fucking work with fucking fucking Iron Fist and Luke Cage and be the heroes for hire.
But at the same time, I'd love to see him team up with Doctor Strange too.
Doctor Strange should be the linchpin character for more of the Midnight Suns.
Yeah,
let's get a non fucking Nicolas Cage fucking Ghost Rider finally. Let's just forget that Morbius happened and reboot that motherfucker immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like start throwing in like the rest of the Night Stalkers and shit. Like, dude, Hannibal King could work as a really good like kind of noirish detective vampire thing.
Yep. Oh, and then also have Black Knight work with Moon Knight.
Yeah,
Midnight Sun stuff too. Yeah, we need to eventually get Ghost Rider in the MCU proper, and then we can ramp up Midnight Sun stuff. So there you have
Timothy
it with that.
Chalamet as Ghost Rider. I mean, he can act. It was a little weird.
Honestly, if I had my choice of Ghost Rider, it'd be Norman Reedus.
See, he's a little old now. I want someone with a future, not a past. Like, you get someone, like, if we're gonna like start fresh with like, Johnny Blaze. Get someone that's like 20, 25. That way, you have someone to keep going with. Hell, give it to a relative unknown.
Okay, let's see a new tier we can do. Something off the wall and like casual.
Hold on here.
Minerals.
Minerals.
Let's do a minerals tier list.
Something casual, off the wall, and fun.
What
Like something food related, maybe.
We did fast food already. Tier maker.
90s cartoons, that might be something.
Tumblr sexy man tier list.
90s cartoons. Fuck it.
1990s.
This was a period where I stopped watching cartoons.
Well, great. I have to set this one out again.
Holy mother of fuck.
Yeah.
Can't do that one. What about this one? Okay, this one's a little more manageable.
Kind of.
Okay, so
jeez, they picked like the kind of lame ones. Why the hell is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie down there? The live action one.
Christ, I feel like a freaking baby in between you old farts.
Okay, this one's a little bit better. All right, so I can't read what this first one is. Angela Anaconda?
I have no fucking clue.
I'll just leave that one out. Is this Captain Planet?
Yep, that was 100% Captain
Planet.
Planet, and that would be B tops. Like it's all right. I mean, I get the preachiness. It had a good, solid message to it, but that fucking chrome green mullet was so fucking lame. Like, I would never want to fucking call that hero up. I was like, are you with him? Like, yeah, kinda.
Maybe.
Is his hair menthol?
Cat Dog.
I never watched it.
I've only seen bits of it, but from what I've seen, I loved it, so I'll go A. Dragon Ball.
S tier. I love Dragon Ball. Piccolo's the best fucking character.
I love dragging these balls over your face.
DuckTales.
S tier. Woo!
Goof Troop.
I
never heard this one.
Goof Troop? That was Goofy fucking one.
Dragon Tales. I gotta go S tier on this. I grew up on that, watching that with my grandma.
Oh god, no, I was aged out at that point.
Gianna Bravo.
Honestly, I would go A. I like Giant Bravo a lot.
I was gonna say A as well, yeah. Roly Poly Oly. I remember watching this one when I was a kid.
Oh, hey, I've seen this one.
I gotta go A tier. The opening theme song is catchy. Way up high in the roly-poly sky is a little round planet of a really nice guy. And then it just gets in this boogie.
I think I had an old DS game that was Roly Poly Oly.
Hey Arnold.
I never watched it, but
never seen it.
S tier. It's such a legendary Nickelodeon show.
Cow and Chicken rules. Yeah, S tier. I love that show.
Angry Beavers.
Dude, the top tiers get like too full when we do these lists.
I know, but for good reason. Angry Beavers. I don't remember watching it.
I didn't watch that one. It's same animation team as Cow and Chicken, but
I can't tell what this one is. I'm trying to look at. Looks like Looney Tunes.
Is it?
I mean, it looks like I see Porky Pig and
Tiny Toons?
Tasmanian Devil.
If that's Tiny Toons, put that up at S tier. Tiny Toons fucking ruled.
Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Oh, yeah. S tier. I think the animator, the main guy that created him, just died recently.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Pinky and the Brain fucking rules. Top.
All right, Madeline.
I don't fucking care about it. I never watched that shit.
I only remembered seeing bits of it, and I wasn't the biggest fan, so I'm gonna go see. Pokemon. Never been a fan.
Never followed it. I know like it was the giant sensation, but I never followed it.
I'm gonna guess is a Justice League or Superman animation.
That's Superman the animated series. I would go B. I didn't like it as much as the Batman one that's coming up.
Real Monsters.
B. It was interesting. The animation was pretty weird.
I can't tell what this one is.
I can't really make it out.
Or this one.
Gargoyles.
Gargoyles
Gargoyles is a S tier. Like that is like one of the coolest animated series that Disney ever came up with.
Ren and Stimpy.
S tier for me.
Rugrats, S tier for me.
It was pretty cool.
Rugrats. The old Rugrats. Fuck the new Rugrats. I hate it. SpongeBob. Okay. First 3 seasons, I'm going S tier for the first 3 seasons.
Never really watched it. Doug sucks. I've never liked that fucking cartoon ever. That dude was so fucking boring.
I liked it from what I remember. I'll meet you in the middle. I'll go B. Ed and Eddie.
S tier.
Yes. And now it was funny, the Use Your Love song when it got memed out with Ed singing, and it's like, it sounds perfect. Rocket Power. I remember watching Rocket Power. It was fun, but I'll go B.
Animaniacs, S tier.
Batman
That show's amazing.
Series. Probably S tier.
Yes, it's 100% S tier. That's the best animated fucking show ever. Freakazoid, underrated. Under fucking rated cartoon. That had so many great cutaway gags. Like, honestly, it's almost like a more adult humor.
Scooby-Doo in the 90s.
I never watched that one. I had old Scooby-Doo.
Dexter's Lab.
Yes. I love Dexter.
Powerpuff Girls.
Honestly, I would go A to S. Like, I lost interest in it, but it was a pretty fucking cool cartoon, honestly.
Rocco's Modern Life. I never got into this one.
I didn't really watch much of it. So, I mean,
I guess
wherever.
I'll just leave it there. Wild Thornberries. It's been a long time since I watched this show. I'll go A. What is this?
Sailor
Moon.
Never watched it.
Magic School Bus. I only watched Magic School Bus when I was in school. But I didn't
age out. I had Mr. Rogers.
PB&J Otter. That's a throwback.
Wait, hold on. You missed Batman Beyond.
Oh, Batman Beyond.
Batman Beyond, I would say, is A tier. It's not as good as the OG one.
Now PB&J Otter. I didn't remember this until seeing it. I'm like, oh my god, I remember watching that at school times too.
Where the hell is Invader Zim on this? Good point.
Yeah, I don't know why Invader Zim.
Dude, Invader Zim was a badass cartoon.
And then finally, Blue's Clues. No questions asked. I'm going S tier. I still watch some of it to this day for nostalgia purposes. I grew up on Blue's Clues.
I mean,
very formative for me.
Yeah, no Beavis and Butthead. Actually, shit, you should probably look at I don't know if you can call it adult animated shows.
Adult animated shows.
Let's see here.
Adult animated TV shows. Okay, not a whole lot, but
yeah, those like they're.
We can work with.
I mean, it's a lot of. Oh man, it's mostly just like.
Well,
kind of what I expected.
Ultimate. Oh god, I think I. Oh hell no! Too many.
Adult
All right.
Swim tier list.
I haven't watched very many Adult Swim, like Metalocalypse, Robot Chicken, tiny bit of Boondocks, and that was it.
No Aqua Teen?
And a little bit of Aqua Teen. I forgot Aqua Teen.
Dude, Aqua Teen's like the best shit ever.
Mastodon did the theme song for the movie, didn't they?
Movie, yeah.
I saw the movie in theaters twice. It was amazing. I have the movie poster hanging in my fucking kitchen.
Damn, these lists suck. I guess we can't really do this.
Yeah, like,
let's try. Okay, let's think about this.
but horror franchises.
Ooh.
Oh, I had before that. Let me actually see if Nickelodeon
Absolutely
game
opposite
shows.
end of the spectrum that I was going for. Let's see.
Nickelodeon game shows.
I mean, Double Dare's number one.
Do they even have? I guess we could do 90 shows. Let's see if
I don't know any of the 90s shows because I completely aged out of that.
Maybe not.
My Nickelodeon experience is 80s. Like back when it was a cable access show.
I don't know anything. I feel so stupid right now.
All right, I guess we'll do horror franchises. Even though I will have almost nothing to say.
You don't watch horror
about
movies?
Not as much.
Oh, dude, there you go. You can't do that on television. That was still probably the best show that was on Nickelodeon back in the day. Horror film franchises, right there.
My problem was that I was born in 2007, so
that's a serious problem.
Yeah, I'm a literal baby compared to you guys who were born in what 1927.
All right, I guess go for this.
Who was president?
Alien.
Alien essential for me. Merged sci-fi and horror. Aliens is one of my favorite flicks ever.
I've never seen any Alien, to be honest.
Oh, dude, they're great. Like I said, if you're a sci-fi nut and a horror nut, yeah.
Chucky. Child's Play franchise.
Good.
The
For
first
me,
movie's
like, all right,
decent.
I love Brad Dourif, and he's been doing the voice of Chucky for fucking ever. But yeah, the movies kind of embraced their campiness, but I kind of lost interest after. I think the third one was the last one I actually saw. Like even Bride of Chucky, I didn't give a shit about, and
Yeah.
even bought the soundtrack for it.
Evil Dead.
Never
Evil
seen
Dead.
any.
You know what? Essential for sure. Bruce Campbell rules. Final Destination.
Dumb. Hate Final Destination.
Since it's the lowest,
You're
I put
like, yeah, okay.
I never liked Final Destination.
They're just dumb. Just dumb.
I agree. Jason or Friday the
In terms of a franchise, I would I'd say great because there's some really bad movies.
I really don't care for most of them. Like even the first one, I think is just all right.
The first 6 I really like. Then 7 kind of jumped the shark with the psychic chick, and then Jason Goes to Manhattan. They might as well have just called that one Jason on a fucking boat. But then, yeah, after that, like there was the rebranding, which I thought was pretty good, but no one seemed to fucking like.
But there was wasn't there one where he was in space too?
Oh, that one sucks. Don't ever watch that one. You'll never get that time back, except for the part where he's like smashing like 2 people in a sleeping bag against a tree. That's pretty cool. Outside of that, stupid.
Halloween.
First one's good.
First two, and then honestly, I love Season of the Witch, but no one counts that one because that's where they decided to move away from Michael. I put it in great though. It's still pretty solid overall. It's got some low points and some really good high points.
Hellraiser.
Great
First
song.
4 movies are essential. It takes a bit of a nosedive, but I love Hellbound, the second one.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
The remake is dog shit.
Remains dog shit. I didn't bother. I just saw the reviews on it. I put in great. You know, again, it's got some dumb ones where it just got too stupid.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the first one's a classic, and then you have Dream Warriors, which is
Dream
underrated.
Warrior, my favorite one. I love that one. And then after that, I kind of appreciate the fact that they took like whoever was the hero chick in the one before and started killing her off and like, hey, new hero chick. Guess what? We're gonna kill her off in the next one. But yeah, it just got so campy and dumb. I was like, you know what? You kind of losing your luster.
See you, James.
Later, James.
So I think this is Underworld.
No, that's
Paranormal Activity, isn't it?
Paranormal Activity.
I've
I
never seen it.
have only seen the first one. And honestly, based on that, I would go fantastic because they kind of did the Blair Witch thing where they made a super under budget movie because I believe that movie cost like maybe $20,000 to make. And they raked in buku bucks in the fucking box office. And honestly, it's legit creepy. I haven't checked out any of the sequels just because, I don't know, no one suffers from sequelitis like horror franchises.
Yeah.
All right, Psycho.
Wait, there's multiple Psychos?
Oh, yeah, there are.
One.
And
What?
varying degrees of quality. The first one, god tier movie. And just because the first one exists, I would go essential just because you have to watch Psycho.
How many Psychos are there? I only know the first one.
At least 3. I think there's a fourth one. No, I think there's 4. Hold on.
Saw.
I've never liked Saw, to be honest.
Me neither.
The first one I like, and then the rest of them I don't care. So,
Okay.
Yeah, okay or good.
Scream. I will say the first 3 I love. After that, why? You should have just stopped after the third.
I don't care for Scream
But
that
based
much.
on based on the first 3, to me, essential.
The first 2 for me. I don't really care for the third one. And then, like, the first one especially because
the first one's my favorite.
It was meta. Like, they were making fun of the slasher genre in a movie with the slasher. Kind of low-key, pretty fucking smart there.
Yeah.
It was like Wes Craven making fun of his entire career, but making money on it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I like the first 2. After that, I don't really bother with much.
Yeah, Leatherface is, I mean...
The last fucking Texas Chainsaw was an abomination.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
I saw it.
It was really bad.
My
saw the
buddy
remake
Scott
from
tore that movie to shreds.
They were driving through Bumblefuck nowhere, Texas, in a Tesla. Like, what are you doing? You're not gonna find a charging station in the middle of Bumblefuck, Texas, you morons.
That's probably the name of a real Texas town.
Bumblefuck nowhere, yeah, probably.
The Conjuring.
Never seen any of them.
I would go okay just because I believe those 2 that they're portraying, both awesome actors, by the way. I think they're awesome, but the people they're portraying and trying to make seem as heroes, I think those 2 were fucking con artists and fucking swindled people out of their money. Like, ooh, we're cleansing your house of nothing.
Because it was
So
likely
Exorcist.
based off like real events, wasn't it?
Yeah, real. The
The
Exorcist,
Exorcist.
okay. The first one and the third one are absolutely amazing. 2 of my favorite films ever. The second one should never existed. So, yeah, and the most recent ones have not been great either. Like, I've watched both versions, like Exorcist. I haven't watched the most recent one, which I heard is very skippable. But for the overall, I'd say it's still fantastic. You have 2 brilliant movies in there. Is that what is that one?
Oh, that's The Purge, isn't it?
Is it The Purge?
Isn't that The Purge?
Or is it
It might be The Purge.
I'm pretty sure that's The Purge.
Which
Great concept.
horror?
The Purge, the way I see it, great concept, badly executed each time, basically.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
the
what's
VHS
this?
one. I still haven't seen any of the VHS ones,
Yeah, me neither.
so I can't say anything on that one.
Yeah, and this was the last one. Hills Have Eyes. What is that one?
So. Which I've only seen the OG one. I haven't seen the remake. I'd say put okay because I haven't seen them.
Hey,
The last
Ricky, you're finally here, you son of a bitch.
Richard, Rick. All right, and then what's this one?
Hills
That's
Have
Hills Have
Eyes.
Eyes.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen any of them, to be honest.
I haven't seen the remake ones, which those are the ones they're talking about. I've seen the OG one forever ago. I don't know. Okay, good. I don't know.
All right, well, there you go. There you have it. Goes to show
Well,
you how much I know about horror movies. It's like I know of these franchises, but the only ones I've ever watched like multiples of are Scream and Halloween.
Oh, dude, The Exorcist.
I want to watch Evil Dead. I do want to watch Evil Dead.
Evil Dead, all right, like go in there with an open mind because the first one was intended to be serious, but the budget wasn't there. But you could tell that Sam Raimi was a brilliant director.
Right.
But it came off silly, and when he noticed that people were kind of laughing, that's where he embraced the idea of a gore comedy, and that is where Evil Dead 2: Dead by Dawn comes in, which is the best film in the franchise. Army of Darkness.
And
Ricky!
what do you got to say, Steve?
Okay, I came just to make some changes in this list.
Oh boy.
First of all, Exorcist, the first one, essential. Without The Exorcist, one of the greatest horror movies of all time.
Exorcist 3 too.
Now, yes, Exorcist 3 is fucking amazing. Let's see, Hills Have Eyes can stay there. VHS can stay there. The
Purge.
The first one, I put it at great, even though the second one, Anarchy, is probably the best one. The Conjuring, is that the first one?
They're talking about the whole franchise.
It's all the whole franchise.
Okay, the whole franchise can be probably good. The Saw franchise, probably great, even though there's some that I really don't like. Final Destination's okay, with the new one coming out at the end of the I think in May.
Can we just bury the Final Destination franchise, please? Can the Final Destination meet its Final Destination already?
Well, supposedly this one is supposedly the last one. It's called Bloodline or Legacy, I think, around there. Let's see. Chucky, okay, can say good, even though it's my personal favorite. I could stay there. Okay, now here's the tough ones. Friday the 13th. Oh, I don't know. Great is fine. Halloween, fantastic. Even though there's some that really people don't like. Like, I hate the fuck out of Resurrection. It's probably the worst one of them all.
Was that the one where he got his ass whooped by fucking Busta Rhymes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's shameful. That's almost he got his ass whooped by fucking Paul Rudd too. That's how Michael died in one of the movies.
See, Nightmare on Elm Street. I love all the films except for the remake. Fuck the remake. Honestly, with the Nightmare 13 franchise, I just need the first 3 films, personally. Now, Paranormal Activity. Now, that's got to be a tough one. A bit more modern, found footage films. I know there's some people who really don't like the found footage franchise or subgenre of horror. I think they started to go way downhill after the 4th film, even though like part 1 is like part 5, and then part 5 is like in the middle, and then it's like this whole fucking thingamajig. Texas Chainsaw. I love the first one. The first 2, the first remake, and the rest are kind of hit and misses, even though part 4 has a young Matthew McConaughey. I think that was
that movie. Ugh.
That was his first role, I think. And then again, who doesn't love Matthew McConaughey? So I think Fantastic's fine.
Dennis Hopper trying out the chainsaws in the store in part 2. One of the best scenes in the entire. He's holding them there, looking at like, like shopkeep's just looking at him like, you must sell this shit to this site.
Alien franchise. Okay. The first 2 are amazing. Resurrection really is fucking good. Part 3 is okay. I forget the one after part 3.
Wait, are we talking about Alien?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part 3 is Alien 3.
No, there's another one.
Alien
Resurrection. That's the one. Resurrection. That one's kind of not the best, so I'll probably put it as fantastic just for those reasons. The Evil Dead franchise, all of them are great. Hellraiser franchise, the first 3 films are good. The remake is fucking amazing, and then the rest are kind of hit and misses. Even though the later ones, they're okay, probably fantastic. The Psycho franchise. Now we're going by the Psycho franchise.
Yeah.
Because, okay, so really honestly with Psycho, it's the first film, then the remake, and then the remake sequels, prequels. Then you have the Norman Bates miniseries that came out in 2010s. Of course, essential to horror. So probably essential. Yeah, it's gonna be essential. Scream franchise. Let's see. It resurrected horror in the 90s. A movie within a movie. The first 3 films are kind of like the pick of Scream. After the 4th film, it's kind of there.
Shouldn't have even kept going.
I know, and then we're gonna get a part 7, I think, later in the year.
Why?
And supposedly they're gonna bring a lot of the old Screams, like anyone who's played Ghostface. I don't know how. Are they gonna be like entities like they did in part 6? But for horror, it was essential, so I'll believe it essential. The Exorcist, though, you got the original.
We already put it
Yeah.
up there. After
Yeah, but yeah, I think that's how it should stay.
Well, there you have it. Horror franchise ranking. I don't know very many of them.
Is there
Because
like
I'm not
a
the world's biggest horror fan. I'm
Me
very
Is there
neither.
one?
So
And
Is there-
a good one on Rick. Critters should have been in here and Puppet Master.
is there one
Yeah.
like modern horror franchises?
See, modern horror is where I dip out. It's the classic shit for me.
Yeah, try modern horror maybe if there's one.
I was thinking about going.
Well,
back to
like
some
what like
metal
movie
ones.
monsters.
Movie monsters, yes.
Yeah, I mean
would
that
be-
could
would
branch
be
into
one.
kaiju, horror monsters, slashers. I mean, let's see,
If there's
D&D
even-
monsters.
Cool monsters.
Yeah, but
Try
is
that
that
one.
really movie though?
I mean, I'll let you know.
And-
Oh,
yeah,
those
there's
are
got-
fucking Shrek in here.
Shrek's in there.
they got Frankenstein
Yeah,
twice.
No.
Shrek is kaiju.
How about villains?
Ooh.
Like
Try
movie villains.
like movie villains. You're gonna get like a shitload of them.
Yeah, there's
Ultimate
gonna be so many.
Movie villain list 2021. All villains 1700. Hell no.
Batman movie villains.
Oh, where's
Popular movie musicals. What the fuck?
Barbie villains.
Uh,
Barbie villains? What?
but
Oh, here we go. Batman movie villains.
Okay.
All right, we got them all. All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So you guys will have to refresh me on some of the earlier ones because I'm
Okay. So
Penguin.
that's Penguin from
Burgess-
the TV.
from the
Burgess
Adam
Meredith.
West series.
All right,
Yeah,
like,
Adam
all right,
West.
all right. What we probably should establish something. What are we rating them on? Their villainy, like how villainous they actually are, intimidating, scary, like
I'd say overall.
Overall?
Yeah.
Then I would put. I love Burgess Meredith. I do, but I would put him in F tier because that penguin was not particularly scary.
It was
and-
so weird.
Well, the penguin thing was he always aspired for fucking austerity. Like he wanted people to like him and be revered as like one of the wealthy elites and all that, but also still have his underground, criminal cred.
Yeah.
That it's just not very intimidating.
All right. Joker. From
I mean, I love that version of the Joker, especially because Caesar never trimmed off his mustache.
That's the one thing you can clearly see his mustache.
Well, he refused to shave it off,
True.
and you know what? Props to him for keeping it. But he had an iconic Joker laugh. I would still put him at A tier.
Yeah.
Not as threatening. All right,
Catwoman.
is that Eartha
Is that
Kitt?
from-
or-
I think it is.
Oh, I've been rewatching back some old Emperor's New Groove, and it made me fall in love with Eartha Kitt again.
I mean, let's be honest. Her Catwoman wasn't really. I mean, because now when we think of Catwoman, we think of this
We're
like.
thinking Michelle Pfeiffer, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
also that, but we think of like very erotic and sexy. Not saying that she wasn't at her time like very hot, but you know,
Well, she did that thing a lot. I
I
think
know,
she kind of
but-
toned that up a bit.
I know, but that never like maybe because different generation that never like was my thing on her. I don't know, but as a Catwoman, it was fine. I probably put it at B just to be safe.
Yeah,
Danny DeVito's Penguin.
I would put him at A
At the-
tier. A
A
tier.
tier.
The
A
nose
tier.
bite could be worse.
Yeah.
My nose could be gushing blood. I'm sorry, what?
And of course, the one line I always remember, I am not a human being. I am an animal. Cold-blooded.
Oh no, I want to show her my French flipper trick. Ah.
Fucking scary as hell.
Dude, yeah, he was terrifying. He was
Yeah.
great.
I think
Alright,
I
then-
remember the first time I saw Batman Returns, the opening scene of a young penguin being in a cage.
Yep.
I was like, dude, that's fucking
the-
creepy as hell.
The flipper hands.
Yeah.
Max Schreck, the secondary or third tier villain in Batman Returns.
I always forget him, honestly.
Honestly, I put him at C. Like, he's just the corporate stooge. I love Christopher Walken, though.
I mean, it's Christopher Walken.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was this close in killing the Batman. Crazy.
The Phantasm.
Oh, now we're getting to the animated. Oh,
I would put it B. She was a pretty cool villain. She was hunting down fucking fellow
Mhm.
criminals and shit.
Yeah.
She was quick thinking too. Like, she was outsmarting Batman at points. I respect that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think B's good. A tier.
I'm gonna go and say
Oh, yeah,
I'm gonna
I mean-
go
I
mean,
S tier for
yeah,
Mark
yes,
Hamill
yeah.
Joker.
Mark Hamill, no
The
question.
best Joker laugh. Is
Oh,
Mark
dude,
Hamill.
that laugh is it lives rent free in my head.
Classic. Same
Mhm.
here.
Okay, here we go.
Oh dear Lord.
Oh
Change
God.
You know what? He kind of
D.
all right.
Put it
He's
at D.
He's not. Yeah, I would go D. He's not the Riddler that I like. The Riddler that's the smug one. That's just like, hi, I'm the smartest one in the room. Just
Same.
get used to it.
Tommy Lee
Uh,
Jones, Two-Face.
C, because they didn't get a chance to really explore his background in that movie.
Yeah.
No.
F. No. Ice puns fucking suck. Same thing with Uma Thurman too. I'm sorry.
What killed the
Even though Uma
dinosaurs?
Thurman was hot. And
She was hot.
Ice
but
Age.
That was it.
And same thing
Bane.
with that Bane. Because that is not Bane.
No.
No. Ra's al Ghul.
Ra's al
Liam
Ghul.
Neeson.
I would put S tier. I think Liam
Yeah.
Neeson did a great job there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Ra's al Ghul, out of all of the villains to this point, because that's maybe a couple. I mean, he really didn't have superpowers. I mean, he trained Bruce, so he kind of knows more or less how to defeat him mentally and physically. But Ra's al Ghul, my God,
Ra's al Ghul is honestly, like, in terms of like Batman's entire rogues
Underrated.
gallery, he's the biggest threat.
Scarecrow.
Bro.
Honestly, I go S tier too. I think Cillian Murphy does a great job with that. That whole little. Would you like to see my mask?
I wish they would have given him like another film to explore more of what he could do. I mean, I know technically he was in The Dark Knight Rises, but without the mask and
I mean,
being Scarecrow.
In that short span, I think they established Crane pretty damn well as essentially a patient running the asylum.
pretty
but-
much.
He had the whole vibe, the look, and yeah, the creepy fear toxin. I thought it was good. The Scarecrow mask was pretty fucking effective. Like, it's
Oh yeah,
creepy looking. Yeah, I think he did a great job with that.
yeah. Who's that?
Oh, that's Falcone. Tom
Oh,
he was a secondary third tier villain, and
Yeah, he didn't really do much. in
Yeah.
that movie.
he was, I mean, good actor.
Yeah.
yeah,
Heath
Yeah.
Ledger's Joker.
yeah,
Yeah.
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 At the
Oh,
top,
Steve-O's-
at the top.
terrifying version of the Joker.
Yep.
The anarchist.
A.
Ooh.
I would give that one
A.
A. Like they didn't get a
Yeah.
chance to really flesh him out more past like him just getting over all that trauma.
Yeah.
Like I wanted to see him
Yeah.
become like the Kingpin essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Hardy Bane.
Listen here, I will argue that he should be an S tier.
I wonder what would break first.
He worked out and
Bruce's
did a lot of
spirit?
bench presses and push-ups for that role.
I wonder what would break first. Bruce's spirit or his body?
Or his anus, if it goes that way.
So you like the darkness. But I
Now,
Right.
the whole
the darkness.
mask design I thought was pretty
Catwoman.
cool. Like my only issue was, all right, if anyone knows the comics, Bane is Cuban. Like the whole idea with the mask and all that, he's supposed to have like that kind of luchador thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So when I heard Bane talk for the first time, like, that was not the voice I was expecting. I was expecting someone to sound like Danny Trejo.
Thank fucking God, Bad Bunny did not become actually no, actually, wrong franchise. I was thinking of
Anyway.
from Spider-Man.
And
That
Hathaway's
Catwoman?
Catwoman.
Honestly, one of the more accurate ones. Like she's, in it for herself. She's the thief, turns anti-hero.
She's hot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Talia al Ghul. As a last villain out of nowhere, like you didn't expect. I would go C tier. Like she played it well, but
I
like
agree
Yeah.
with that.
Talia's
Immediately. Well, hang on. Immediately.
which
Bottom.
one's, oh god, fuck that.
Wait,
Yeah.
is that?
not Lex Luthor? That is never
Jesse
Oh, I
going
was
to
gonna
be
say
Eisenberg's
Lex.
Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
the lie.
Fuck that.
And honestly, same thing with that version of Doomsday too. Like they just retrofitted Zod.
Lego
Joker?
Joker, which I assume
Lego.
is Mark Hamill voicing.
I don't know.
It's not Mark Hamill.
No, it was, hold on. Let me see if I can look it up. I think it's Zach Galifianakis. Hold on.
I think it is.
Let me see. Yep, Zach Galifianakis.
He's
I mean,
fine.
He's fine. Obviously, it's
Yeah,
for kids. so
honestly,
it's
I mean, for what it is, it was funny.
Yeah.
It was fun. I'd go
Probably
B.
B.
I mean, again, it's for kids, so obviously it's not going to be super fleshed out or anything.
Yeah.
Okay, I have not seen the
Oh
Batman.
my god! This Riddler is fucking. To me, he's like probably A tier. Probably one of the best scarecrow Riddlers has been portrayed. Penguin.
This Penguin.
I've heard the
with
series is
Colin
pretty
Farrell.
good.
I've heard it's pretty good too.
Oh god, the makeup though, I'll give him like a good ass because you cannot tell that's him. I'm like, oh my god, that's fucking him.
So-
Falcone.
That's
from
not
Batman.
funny. Was that John Turturro?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I'd probably put him at B as well.
Jack Nicholson Joker.
Yeah,
same
yeah.
at the
tier.
top. Yeah.
I forget the name of the actor, but that's that's not the Riddler that I like. The animated series Riddler. That's the
Yeah.
dude. So I mean, I would go C's fair.
and then
oh,
Michelle
Michelle
Pfeiffer,
Pfeiffer.
Catwoman.
Yeah, at the top.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I mean,
just imagine.
I mean that inspired a generation.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
The outfits alone. All right, now let's do. I wonder if there's an MCU villains.
I think there is.
Let's see.
I'm going to get a book or
MCU
something.
villains? Okay,
I-
we got a decent amount.
I don't know. I don't know the MCU. I'm sorry. I just. Yeah.
Okay,
So
Abomination.
Abomination.
He's only been shown in 2 things.
And he's only more muscle. Like, I mean, yeah, granted, the guy's not stupid, but he's more muscle than anything else. Like, he's someone a villain would hire, so I would go C.
Yeah.
Baron
Zemo.
Zemo.
At the
I know
top.
Zemo hasn't been fleshed out yet enough. Like, I want to see the Zemo, like, with more of the purple mask shit. I would go B personally for now, but I still think he's good. I like the actor that plays him too.
Yeah, Daniel Brohl. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's Ego, the Living Planet.
Probably a B. I mean,
Yeah.
that's fine. Ghost.
Ghost.
Probably at C. We're gonna get more of Ghost.
Honestly, I go D. Personally,
I mean, that could
just
change,
because
but-
like she's not even a villain anymore.
Yeah.
More
I mean, she's-
anti-hero now,
she's gonna be in the Thunderbolts.
which
Yep.
I can't wait to see in theaters. Gore the God Butcher. I want to put him higher, but
I would go C. Like I like Bale's performance.
Yeah.
but
Don't
the
get me wrong.
writing was shit.
To me, when I saw Christian Bale as Gore the God Butcher, I was like, this should be interesting.
I was like, holy crap, this should be amazing. Boy,
Yeah.
was I let down.
Yeah.
Oh, Green Goblin.
Willem
At
Dafoe.
the top. At the top. At the top. You
I
cannot
would argue
deny.
like more A. Like I think he's still good, but I mean the suit. I never liked that suit.
Well,
Dude,
thankfully
the
they went
suit's
to a more.
iconic.
It is iconic, but thankfully they did go with a more somewhat comic book accurate one at the end of.
Yeah, you
No
need the
Way
purple
Home.
in there.
Yeah, Kate Blanchett's
Hella.
Hella. Personally, I go S.
Yeah, no, she was awesome.
I loved
Yeah.
her.
Icarus.
Icarus.
D.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not really.
Hopefully, when they bring him back, they'll do the redemption arc with him.
Probably.
Obi.
Obadiah Stane.
Obi was
I go-
awesome.
I go A.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dude, Jeff Bridges was fucking like, dude, he's like super intimidating in this.
Yeah. Oh, Mads Mikkelsen's Caecilius. I go B. I like
I
him.
mean,
I like
he's
him.
all right.
Well,
He was
great.
more again like secondary to like the real big bad.
Yeah.
Oh, Dormammu. Yeah.
Yeah,
Justin Hammer. Probably
No,
an
that's
A.
no, that's not Justin Hammer. That's
the false Mandarin.
yeah, I forget what.
Oh
his
God.
name.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
D.
No,
D.
yeah. D.
I like that actor too. That sucks.
Eric Killmonger.
Killmonger.
S.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fucking loved Michael B.
Loki.
Loki.
Yes.
Yes. Dark Elf.
Mm.
D.
Malekith. I go D.
I wouldn't go
And
D.
the
I
real. I'll go
thought he
C.
was better than that.
Mandarin.
real
The
Mandarin.
real Mandarin. I go
A.
A. Mysterio.
Mysterio.
Dude, you know what?
Huh.
I give him at least B because they made an otherwise lame villain pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Red Skull.
Yes.
I go A. Oh, S. Okay.
Yes. Oh, dude, fucking that
Yeah.
performance. I
Hugo
think-
Weaving. Yeah.
Hugo is awesome.
But I do like
Ronan.
Ross Marquand during Infinity War and Endgame when he was
You can't even
in there.
tell like that's
A difference in the
actor.
voice
Yeah.
because Ross Marquand's so good. Ronan the Accuser.
I'll say go A.
C.
He's not as fleshed out as he is in the books because Ronan's he's not really a fucking villain. He's a fucking juggernaut.
Yeah.
But for
And
what
also
they did
we
with him,
still and we've seen him in 2 movies, Guardians of the Galaxy and Captain Marvel, and they still haven't done like a middle ground between the two about why he joined with Thanos.
yeah,
We
Well,
still
eventually.
don't know that.
because
Probably-
his allegiance is to the Kree. Like he's a Kree
Mhm.
weapon.
Yeah. Scarlet Witch,
Wanda.
Doctor Strange 2. I mean, she was great in there, but I hate calling her a villain.
I wouldn't want to
Thank
call her
God.
a villain either.
Thank God they're
She's
going to
not-
redeem her during Doomsday.
She's not really a villain. I mean, yeah, I
Nah.
understand her purpose.
Well, it
Yeah.
was trauma.
So
Yeah, she was
As a-
traumatized.
okay, so during this, I would probably put her as C as a villain, but overall as a character,
She's a top tier character.
Oh yeah.
she's a top tier.
And I can't wait to see
Taskmaster.
her again. And I can't wait to see her again in Doomsday next year. Taskmaster.
D. Dude, like, all right, Taskmaster is one of my favorite fucking mercs in the Marvel universe, and they could have done so much with the character because he's interesting. Like, he's loyal to a paycheck because he's worked for heroes too, and they didn't bother with the whole like
Tony
his
Masters
abilities.
thing. They went with Dracov's daughter for
Yeah.
whatever reason.
Well, and the dude's ability is like with the whole like photographic reflexes, it comes at the expense of his long-term memory, so he has to work with a handler too.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, he's got a good tie-in with fucking Deadpool. Like those two know
Yeah.
each other, and they kind of almost nearly like each other.
Thanos,
Top.
at the top.
Ultron,
Ultron.
tough.
Top.
Top. Come on.
They're gonna bring him back.
Vulture.
Vulture. All right, he was more like a dad trying to support his family.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't like the Adrian Toomes, because Adrian Toomes was cruel in the fucking book.
Yeah.
Like, he was dying and he didn't care. So I would B or C. Like, I love Michael Keaton anyway.
I mean, yeah.
Whiplash, Mickey Rourke. Personally, I go C.
Okay.
See.
Even though Mickey Rourke was good. Winter Soldier.
Again, I mean,
Yeah, he's a weapon.
Yeah. During that movie, at least, and then afterwards,
they'd be like
start to
throwing in like the White Vision from WandaVision, like as a villain. You know, it's not the same.
It was very brief. And we're gonna get him back in Vision Quest. Yellow Jacket.
Honestly, I like that dude's performance. I would
Corey
go
Stoll,
A or B.
I would go A. And then Jude Law's Jan Rog. I mean, he played the character cool, but
he did play the character cool, but he didn't come off as very much of a threat. Like, easily one of the most.
He didn't really come off too much as a villain, apart from killing Marvel. That was it.
Yeah, he was essentially, they just went with the whole mentor turned villain thing, and again, it was a too one-sided of a fucking fight.
Yeah, way too one-sided.
Yeah, well, and that is nice. I gotta get going since I've gotta go to a concert on Wednesday, so I've gotta sleep.
Oh, who are you seeing?
Imminence.
Oh,
I'm gonna see Imminence on Wednesday, so I gotta get the road since I'm gonna go to Houston. It's about a 5 to 6 hour drive. So,
Jesus,
wow, okay.
That's longer than I'll travel for just a single show.
Yeah.
I know, but I have family. I could stay there. So
all right, well, that's good.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah. All right. So I'll see you guys later.
Later, man.
See you, Ricky.
Yeah.
And then let's do one final one. Let's get back to the metal on this one.
Okay.
Okay, so we've done a bunch of death metal. We've done black metal.
Thrash.
Did thrash, did prog, did metalcore.
What about like doom metal? Is there any good doom metal tier list?
Wait, I'm gonna grab a smoke while you guys look.
Okay. Doom metal bands of all time, but it doesn't look like it'd be enough. Because there's obviously a bunch.
Yeah. Well,
not really finding any ones that are substantial.
I find it really interesting that doom metal, I feel like, is still way more like niche than a lot of other metal subgenres. Like, there aren't as many doom metal bands in comparison to like black or death or thrash bands, which I think is interesting.
Oh, is this 80s death metal? Oh, like all the 80s death metal albums.
I think Metal Trenches made that tier list right there. I think. Possibly. I know he made a video about like 80s death metal.
Just trying to look for like 80s metal albums. But didn't find it. It's this old school death metal albums.
What about...
So this is like an all-encompassing one.
Yeah. It's not as good as mine, though. Just saying.
Let me see if there is a death metal sophomore. Oh, we already did death metal.
Yes. But how dare you forget
wait,
Levi?
Wait. Because my memory lapses from time to time.
All the hard work I put into that.
Vocalists.
Yeah, that's a good one. Find like a big one.
I mean, there's some stuff substantial here, but I want to see more. Let's try this one with 74. Okay, there's way too many not so good ones. How about death metal vocalists? That'd be probably easier. Well, depending on who all they picked.
Yeah.
For the list.
Man, I hate the tier list. I hate the like search function on Tier Maker. It's like I typed in this very specific thing, but they're like, here, have a bunch of somewhat related things.
Or a bunch of anime girls.
Yeah,
Portal albums. Oh God,
I hate Portal. I'm sorry. I just
I
don't
like a
that band at
couple
all.
of songs. That's it. Ooh, modern death metal with blood incantation on there.
Here. What about like metal subgenres, or have we done that already?
No, we haven't done that one.
Because I just want to.
Oh God! Wow, that was a hiccup and a half. Ooh, 1990 death metal albums. There's quite a lot in there.
I don't know if this is enough, but I think I found one that has like a bunch of like just different metal subgenres. I can send it to you if you want to take a look at it.
Extreme metal vocalists. Let's see what. Not enough. I wouldn't consider King Diamond extreme metal. He's classic metal.
No. Yeah.
What's wrong with you? Bastards. Oh God.
Here.
Damn it.
Here, I just sent you one.
Let's see if I can buzz about metal drummers.
What do we got here?
Not enough.
Drummers?
We're still looking for whatever.
What about?
I did send you one.
He sent me one about metal vocalists.
Actually, that'd be
Or
good.
subgenres.
Or
It's
subgenres.
subgenres, not vocalists.
Oh,
It might be a bit long, but what do you think?
We could probably go with. We could probably
all
go
right.
with it.
All right.
So
like we just ranking subgenres.
we're just ranking all these subgenres. So
Avant-garde is up first.
avant-garde metal.
I'm
C?
really hit or miss.
Yeah, it's
I'm
very hit or
picky
miss.
about it.
So I would go
it's-
C.
Same with avant-garde death metal. It's basically the same thing.
Yeah. War metal. Most of it, I'm really fucking picky with that one too.
I fucking love war metal. I'd put it in A tier personally.
I'm not a fan.
Again, I'm picky. Like Diocletian, I do really like. Raw black metal, dude. Like, I like raw production, but it's got to be like not deliberately mixed like shit.
Yeah.
That's the aesthetic though.
Atmospheric ambient black metal.
Black metal.
I go A.
I go A or B. It depends on the band. It depends on who's executing it. But I like a lot of atmosphere in my black metal.
Yeah. Gothic
metal.
I go
Maybe.
B.
This one's another one I'm hit or miss on.
I'd go C personally. Some of it I love, some of it I can't stand.
But the standard for me is like typo negative, of course.
Yeah.
Typo negative, Paradise Lost. Yeah.
Catatonia.
Catatonia.
Catatonia
It kind of has the gothic, depressive sort of feel.
Yeah.
Prog metal, S.
I'd put it in B personally. Much
I would probably go A, but it'd be higher up. I like prog metal a lot.
Yeah.
Prog
Prog
black
black metal.
I'd probably go honestly A. For the
Yeah.
most part. I've heard a lot of really
Enslaved, Bortnagar. Yeah.
There's a lot of solid bands.
Ishan. Progressive death metal.
Depends on the band.
Yeah, depends on the band too. I would go A or S though. There's a lot of good progressive death.
Opeth, Edge of Sanity, Death, Now Blood Incantation. It's just so much. First wave black metal.
I go
would
A.
Also argue proto black. I would say honestly, I'd say S.
Well,
I would go A personally. Like Celtic Frost, I can't live without.
Merciful Fate,
And old
Venom.
Bathory,
Merciful
early
Fate, I
Bathory
don't even
rules.
call black metal.
What else? Sarcophago.
Yeah, early Sarcophago and
Even like early Sepultura.
Yeah.
to
Even though
an
it's not their best material.
extent. Progressive power metal, I'm kind of iffy about this one. Like Angra's really good. From
Evergrey, honestly, I've become a bigger fan of.
I like
and
Symphony X.
Evergrey's, yeah. Symphony X, I'm hit or miss on.
I
I'll
love
go
Symphony X.
B.
Even like Queensryche were kind of like power metal back in the early days.
would
A
say
little
it's
bit
more
like
like
the warning.
classic
The
metal.
warning is a bit power metal-y, a little bit.
U.S. power metal.
Yeah, but still power metal. Crimson Glory is awesome too.
Symphonic black metal.
Very easy to get wrong.
Yes.
Karak Angren, I fucking hate that band. I wish they would never existed.
Yeah, but I also like I still go back and jam Demon Borger up to a point.
Emperor, obviously.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Emperor's
the
like
god
kind of their
tier
standard.
band of that. Symphonic death metal, which is even smaller than
Flesh God and Septic Flesh are pretty much the only two that I know of at least.
and
Flesh God,
also
good.
Eternal Tears of Sorrow and Haggard. Those are really the only ones I know. Are those
I go B
four.
personally for.
I would go B on that one.
death
Yeah.
metal.
Again, I think Septic Flesh is the standard for that. I would go B with symphonic metal in general. Like,
I think
Yeah.
B too as well.
maybe C, honestly.
I go B. Some of it's
I
really
go B
good.
because I like a good chunk of it. Like Epica, I enjoy from time to time, and then like
I love
bands
Therion.
that incorporate it or do it in an original way, like Apocalyptica do it in a unique style where it's all cellos but with a metal overtone.
I don't know.
Black and thrash.
S tier. I love
S,
Black
yeah.
and Thrash.
Progressive thrash. I
A.
go A.
No way. Dude, that new
And then-
Cryptosis fucking rules.
Thrash metal S. Come on.
Thrash
Where else
metal's
can it
gotta
go?
be an
Yeah.
S. It has to go.
Yeah,
S.
thrash
Death
is
thrash?
S.
Tech death. Okay, this is tough. This is tough because I'm picky about tech death.
Yes.
like I'm sure we're all gonna have the same agreement. When it gets too wankery,
Yeah.
it loses me. But
Like,
if it's
like,
like
fuck Wings to
balanced,
Saturn.
then it's great.
I'm not. That's just overly tech and just wank. But when it's done really well, like like fun neoclassical stuff, and Necrophage just fucking dude. Epitaph, like one of my favorite tech
Nile,
death.
or when it's done in a brutal way, like Nile.
Yeah, I mean you could even make the argument for Defeated Sanity being brutal
Yeah.
tech death.
Yeah.
And Suffocation and Dying Fetus and
Yeah.
Cryptopsy and
Deeds
Deeds
of
of
Flesh.
Flesh.
Yeah,
Speaking of brutal death metal,
S tier. S for me.
I would go A tier. I'm picky.
I'm gonna
Like it
go
can't be
A. I am
too much of
picky
the burp.
Yeah.
You can't over burp. Like if you got how John Gallagher has Sean Beasley or Jason Netherton to kind of lean on, kind of break it up. I like that.
Oh, but dude, there's so many good bands though. Broken Hope.
True.
I love Broken Up. Just saw
Yeah.
them last year.
Yeah.
Second
Second
wave,
wave black.
I put
metal.
S tier. I mean, come on, there's too many good bands. Dark.
I mean,
Throne,
you
Yeah,
can make an argument.
Angela,
Kind of by default, yeah.
Yeah.
At the top. Post black metal. Now this I'm picky about.
I would go
Big
B
hipster
or
vibes,
C.
kind of. Yeah.
Like that Harakiri for this guy, new one kind of disappointed me just because the vocals are so out front, and it was more like post hardcore screams. Like, okay, I get it, you're going through some shit. Also, I don't care.
All right, melodic
Melodic.
death metal.
I put.
This
I
is
do
tough
A.
because I'm kind of picky about this too.
Mm-hmm.
I would
Yeah.
go
Not
A.
as picky as tech death, obviously. Like if I listen to melodic death metal, I need to have it to where it's still close to death metal,
Yes.
or proggy.
L-
It's between those two fringes for me.
It depends on for me, how prominent the clean vocals are. Melodep with too many
It's
clean
not,
vocals.
it's not
is-
even the clean vocals
Yeah.
for me. It's like how heavy is it or how experimental is it?
Well, it also depends on who's singing. Like, if it's Soilwork, Speed can sing all day because he can sing.
What?
If it's In
No.
Flames,
No, Jason. No. Nick, shame Jason. Shame him right now.
what? Oh no,
No, Jason. No.
no, dude! I dogged the last step, and we might go over the new Def Heaven. I don't know. Doom metal.
Two.
S tier.
S tier. That's my favorite subgenre of metal.
Groove metal.
See,
This is a
C
big
tier.
hit or miss.
Because
Big hit or
because
miss.
when
Yeah,
it's good, it's great. When bad groove metal is the worst fucking metal there is.
some of it.
Promise by Massacre, Late Successful Human Cannonball.
Well, all right,
There's so many bad groove metal bands out there, or groove metal albums. It's yeah.
bands that started off more like groove metal generally, I think, fared better. Ones that just trying to change the game, like, hey, we're trying to catch up because fucking Metallica ruined everything with the Black Album, and now we have to be a groove metal fucking band, and everyone likes Pantera now. That's where it got bad for me. But
yeah.
the bands that embraced it, like X Order, I thought did a good job with it. Pantera, Machine Head,
Sepultura, even when they crossed over, did
Chaos AD is a
first.
fucking masterpiece.
Yeah, but then you got Roots, which is not good. Not good.
Well, we'll get to that here at some point. Yeah, we will.
Alternative metal.
Very hit or miss again. Some of it is great.
Again,
some
depends on the band. Faith No More, Helmet, Deftones, System of a Down.
I hate System of a Down. I'm sorry.
To a degree, Tool, even though I still think they're prog.
Yeah. Well, I think their early stuff is definitely metal. Like Opiate.
Opiate's a banger of an EP. I love that EP.
Yeah.
Melodic metalcore.
Again,
another
it depends
one where
who's doing it.
Depends on the band. So, progressive metalcore.
So, like Periphery, Tesseract, bands like that, I assume.
I would just say Gent. Do they have Gent on here?
Yeah, they should. Yep,
yeah.
right here.
Yeah. So I would maybe progressive metalcore is like they just made that up for like BT band.
And I wouldn't even call them prog metalcore. I call them.
There's a couple like the Burial out of Indiana. They were kind of that, but they merged like death metal, prog, and metalcore. It's actually a pretty solid fucking mix of shit.
I don't know. When it comes to BT band, I just always call them prog metal or prog death metal to me. But that's just me. Metalcore.
Honestly,
straight up metalcore.
Straight up metalcore A. For me, A tier, like we're talking Converge, Earth Crisis, Hatebreed.
All Out War.
All Out War, dude, All Out War is fucking savage. Early Cave-In.
Integrity.
Yeah. Dude, like just the
Ringworm.
Yeah, Ringworm, yeah.
Keep shouting out Ohio bands.
Modern deathcore.
D.
Yeah. A lot of the glitchy stuff, same thing with like modern deathcore too.
Industrial metal.
Depends on the band. Like Godflesh, Ministry, Fear Factory, but then you have shit like Stabbing Westward, which is they're bad.
I like the first 3 albums, and then
it's like oh my god, how many breakups have you gone through, my guy? Maybe you're the problem.
You know what? Yeah, no, that's probably right.
Industrial death metal.
There's really not that
much. Factory's first album, that's industrial death metal.
Yeah.
Aluminum Anus.
No, that didn't happen.
It did. 2011 was a dark year.
Industrial black metal, there's a little bit like Mysticum. Mysticum's a pretty good representation. They're pretty solid too, but there's not enough.
Even though they're like more grindcore, but they're definitely industrial black, kind of.
An unauthorized?
NDH.
Yeah, a little bit.
Kind of.
NDH, which is just
Rammstein.
German industrial metal.
Put it deep here. If you have, they all sound like
Rammstein.
Yeah.
Grindcore.
Let's go S tier.
D tier for me. D tier for me.
What?
I'm not a grind guy. I'm sorry. Oh. I want to give more of it a chance, but it's just never something that's really clicked with me.
Hard grindcore. I've never heard of this, so
that probably counts like Discordance Access, Gridlink.
Hardcore? Not
really I love.
It's punk, but
yes, I would go.
Depends on the band. Yeah.
Experimental
metal, which is the same as avant-garde.
Yeah.
Put that there. Okay, Gent, I've said it 1,000 times. I'll say it again. It isn't a genre,
but
it's just 8-string guitars. That's all.
For me,
7-string guitars. They were doing on that too.
For me, Gent, it starts with Meshuggah. It ends with Meshuggah. Every other Gent band can go down the toilet for all I care.
So the bands that get classified as Gent, it's like they're either prog metal bands or metalcore bands.
Or groove metal bands, even. Like, Meshuggah, I'd say, are groove metal, kind of.
Meshuggah, I'd say, are prog and groove metal. Whereas Periphery, I say, are prog and metalcore.
It's a genre.
And then,
it is. It has enough. It has enough bands that do that same distinctive thing that does make them a subset. The quality of it is varying. Like, I do love Tesseract and Meshuggah, of course, but
and you love Periphery, right? Spencer Sotelo is your favorite vocalist ever.
Greatest fucking vocalist ever, dude. Like, I could just be in seventh heaven if that squealing Muppet, was singing all the time.
Proto metal.
Not metal. It's just Led Zeppelin, Deep Purple, S tier. Come on. I mean, come on.
Oh, dude. I mean, Thin Lizzy.
Same with
Thin
heavy
Lizzy.
metal.
Yeah, heavy metal.
And
Yeah.
the Wabum has to go
Yep,
up there.
yep.
Now, I've never heard of new wave of Swedish death
I
metal.
mean,
I've
I
heard
guess
Swedish death metal.
I guess that's if that's HM2, it's S tier.
Yeah, I would assume it maybe is just. I don't even know what that would be, honestly.
And that's what I would say it would have to be. Like, it doesn't say melodic death metal, so I'm assuming this is the Stockholm sound, and we're just
DSBM.
DSBM.
For me.
See, there's some good bands. I love like Forgotten Tomb.
None.
Bethlehem.
All right. Forgotten Tomb's not even.
Well, they were in their early days. They were
Well,
like
the first
Springtime
one, yeah.
Depression. And
that first one,
Leave.
pretty much like I think one of the best albums in that entire subset.
Yeah,
and None, Damn Chill of Life.
and Bethlehem. I don't know if you know them at all.
But I'm not a fan of like I don't know. It's just hard to get into because like, dude, you know what? This is nice and all, but I want to get away from this mood of me killing myself.
Right.
I like it. I like
new wave of American heavy metal.
So like Lamb of God, Chimera,
Trivium,
Shadows Fall.
Fall.
God forbid.
That's a
I'll go
B.
A. Honestly, there was a lot of good bands there. I mean, that's maybe technically where Avenged Sevenfold would fall.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's the appropriate place.
Maybe we should put that down lower then.
No.
Yeah.
I put my foot down against you, Nick, when it comes to A7X. Anyways, sludge metal.
S for me.
there. I love sludge metal.
I hate God.
I'm not
Neurosis.
as familiar with it.
16. Dude, the new 16 fucking whoops ass.
Stoner Doom?
Stoner Doom.
I'd say B for Stoner Doom, personally.
Man, I
A
love
lot of it is very just kind of like derivative. A lot of it is just like, all right, fuzz, riff, we're done.
Well, it's for me, it's tone chasing, which is that's stoner metal, that's doom metal in general. Like it's all about the tone. The riffs are never intricate; they're often very heavy and droning. Stoner doom, I love. Like, dude, Monolord. Monolord's like one of my favorite bands in that genre. Dude,
Bonzilla, I love Bonzilla.
Dude,
and Bone Ripper
Wizard.
too.
I mean, there's almost like a little bit of crossover with some sludge bands too. Like Weed Eater has some elements of stoner doom.
Bonzilla too.
Sleep.
Caius, if you consider them metal.
I don't know if I call them doom. They have that more desert rock vibe.
They kind of, I don't know. They
More
got
like
some
just
dreamy
stoner metal,
shit,
yeah.
kind of. I don't know, maybe.
Glam
Glam is
metal.
D.
Well, depends on
There's
the
a
band.
couple good bands, but for the most
right.
part,
Rat's first album fucking rules. Shout Out the Devil is a good
Dokken,
fucking album.
Wasp.
Yeah,
Twisted
Wasp
Sister,
is all right. Like,
even though Wasp and Twisted Sister, I don't personally call glam. They're just classic metal to me.
the first two Skid Row albums I think are really good.
yeah,
Oh yeah, the first three I would say.
I'm not big on Subhuman Race, to be honest. It's not even really. It's more like alt metal. That album.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. I'd say D tier though, for
and
the
then
most part. It's just not a good
I'll give
genre.
it C because there are some good bands.
Come on, dude. Poison and Motley Crue, though.
yeah. Dude,
Well,
Motley Crue's
Poison I
mostly
can
dog
live
shit.
without. Modley only a few albums. Speed metal.
I would go
Probably
A.
A tier.
A.
It's kind of a niche genre.
Power metal.
S tier for me.
So with me and power metal, I prefer U.S. power metal more than European power.
I mean, same, but I still love European
because of
power
the
metal.
grittier, more classic metal sound. But there are some European power metal bands I love. Halloween's arguably the best of all of them.
Stradivarius,
like-
man. I love
And it's like with-
Stradivarius.
especially old Halloween, like 80s Halloween. It's like, yeah, it's power metal, but it still leans a lot to classic heavy metal and speed metal.
I love
Blind
power metal.
Guardian. is
I'm
Yes.
sure Burn Offerings is a damn good album, and Dio kind of falls in there too. But no, D. Fuck it.
Hell, even Rainbow in the late 70s.
Yeah,
kind of
a little bit.
power metal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. I'll be diplomatic. I'll go B.
Nick, you disappoint me.
Boo.
New metal.
D.
Honestly, I would go C.
Apart
There's some
from
No,
You know,
no,
like,
come
dude.
on.
Love
There's
Bang's
some-
LD50, Slipknot's first album, Korn's first four.
4, and then
That's not even First two for me for Korn. I only like the first two.
Issues is my big cutoff. I liked that album a lot, but
Dude, but you have so many bad bands. Like you have Limp Bizkit,
True.
who are terrible. You have fucking Methods of Mayhem, who are
Oh.
terrible.
Crazy Town.
Crazy Town. Yeah.
But I mean, honestly, there's
Anyways.
a lot of bands like I think got like overlooked in there.
Snot,
Pulse
Nothing
Ultra,
Face.
Snot ruled.
To a
I mean,
degree,
Thoughts
Seven
coming back.
Dust.
Yeah,
To a
Seven
degree,
Dust
Seven Dust.
technically in there.
Was it Nothing Face too?
Nothing Face was
Yeah.
amazing. They should.
No?
I never called them new metal though. I thought they were just groove metal.
Alt metal. Or alt metal too.
I met them. I actually have a signed poster of Nothing Face. And sadly, they're dead now that their frontman died.
Folk metal. This
Be-
is tough because it depends on the style they're merging it with.
If
Like folk black metal is pretty cool. Folk death metal is really interesting. Like to a degree, you could consider Nile folk death because they do
No.
they do have folky tracks.
Yeah, but no.
I think that qualifies them. I mean,
Like,
not
all right.
not
Stuff
the
like-
whole shebang.
Like
Obviously,
Moon
but
Sorrow.
Fintroll.
Or-
Moon Sorrow's great.
Avocrudo? Become a big fan of them.
Agalok.
Agalog's more post black metal. I
Yeah,
guess.
post metal. Fintroll.
But there's
Fintroll.
plenty of folk in there too.
Fintroll,
Bathory when
I'm-
they
I'm-
went down that route.
And I'm not a
Fintroll,
big fan of
iffy
Corpus
about,
Bonnie.
I like Arcona.
Argona's all right.
Insephirum.
And Sephirum's pretty good. They get a little
Elevate
campy and a little synth happy, like hey, like like okay, cool. It's another fucking troll drinking song.
And then
Beat.
Sayor, that's a pretty good one. Yeah, I go.
Weird are kind of folk black metal, but yeah.
Old
OSDM.
school death metal is
Yeah.
top
Yep.
tier. Old school deathcore.
So like
Honestly,
the
I would go
Icon,
A or B,
like that.
like Through the Eyes of the Dead.
Red Chord, Despised
Red Chord.
Icon.
Yeah. Like
Or
there's
White-
just some absolutely savage fucking dude. Whitechapel. I still like Whitechapel. New one fucking rips.
Avant-garde black metal.
Same as the other avant-garde
Same as
one.
the other- yeah. Modern death metal.
metal.
So like, are we talking OSDM revival, or are we talking like what would modern death metal be considered?
Modern death metal for me, like I think of bands that sound like Hideous Divinity, Aborted, Cattle Decap.
Yeah, but-
Red Throne.
Yeah.
Yeah, but all those bands are kind of like old school death metal because like those are like 90s, early 2000s bands.
yeah. But I mean,
Yeah, that's
if you listen to band like I don't know if you've heard the new Throne album, the one that the review is going up earlier or later today now.
I haven't heard it.
That's the kind of thing. Like it's a little bit more polished, a little bit more blast beats, more triggered drums. That's what I think of in terms of modern death metal. I don't really have a problem with it. Like I grew up more of an old school fan, so I'd still say A, honestly.
Funeral Doom.
S tier for me.
I am picky on Funeral Doom.
I love it. I love it all. Give it
Funeral
all.
Doom live.
Bell Witch, Ahab.
Ahab rules.
Esoteric,
Oh,
Skepticism, Evoking, Funeral. I love all those bands.
I would go A tier for me personally. Seeing it live, that's the way to do it. We saw at MDF last year, we got to see both Ahab and Esoteric. God tier fucking sets. Like the music just moves through you in like waves of fucking depression. It's amazing. And
Epic Doom. Is it even really a genre? It's really two
Candlemass,
bands.
Salt to
Candlemass,
Eternus.
Salt to Eternus. That's
No,
it.
there's a bunch. There's like Scald. There's what I saw. Sorcerer. There's a bunch. It's more niche, but there's a bunch of Epic Doom bands. I put it in S tier. It's one of my favorite subgenres, honestly.
I mean, Crib Sermon kind of fits in there
Yep,
too.
definitely.
Drone Doom.
D.
Or really, it's Drone.
D.
I go D.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan of
Solid drone without like more than one or two riffs can kind of get real old.
What the
Dark
hell
metal?
is
What the fuck is
dark
dark
metal? That should be the same as Gothic, so we'll just put it in beef on that principle. Same with Gothic Doom. Like,
Yeah.
Progressive deathcore.
So like
I
Fit
don't
or
really
Not
have a lot
to
of
Be?
that.
So like Fit for an Autopsy, stuff like that.
I guess that's progressive deathcore. I mean, I just call it modern deathcore, but
I don't know. See, I guess. Fucking
Cybergrind. Never
So-
heard of this.
that's I guess like with industrial elements, but I mean, like that just means drum machine, which would throw in like Mortician and Agoraphobic Nosebleed, and I wouldn't call them Cybergrind.
Berserker 2.
Yeah, all right. That's all right. That would be Cybergrind, I guess, because there's a lot of samples and shit in there.
Neoclassical metal, I go C.
Yeah.
that's showing
And
them instrumental
I think
stuff.
honestly, neoclassical metal I think has become more of an all-encompassing term for like guitar virtuosos, more than bands like Yngwie, Tony McAlpine, a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Deathgrind.
I go A. Yeah.
Oh no. Well, actually, I would go S. Honestly, Deathgrind is like a very consistent thing with me. It's the merger of two things that I absolutely love: grindcore and death metal. Terrorizer, World Downfall, staple listen.
To me, Deathgrind is like a better version of a genre I don't like. So yeah, I like
Better
grindcore.
version of grind.
I like grindcore with death metal riffs. All right, I'll just say that.
I'm the same way.
That's here for me. I love Deathgrind.
Folk black metal, so
Probably the same as
kind of what we were talking about.
Yeah.
With
Druid.
so I go A tier.
Epic metal isn't it?
Older.
Epic metal, that would just be the same as
Same-
fucking power metal. Just
I put
one of
a
them.
Yeah.
It's a dumb name.
Gore grind.
Gore grind. I'll
I'm
go.
picky on this one.
I go B because I've grown to like some of it. Like it's just gloriously absurd, but sometimes it's actually pretty fucking catchy.
Grunge, not really metal. I'd go
Partially
C.
metal. I'd go A, honestly.
Alice in Chains, Alone, and Soundgarden.
Soundgarden.
Those are like the only two good grunge bands though, because every other grunge
Early
band's like,
SPP. I
No,
love
Yeah,
it.
early Stone Temple Pilots,
Pearl Jam.
Melvins to a degree. Even though I'd say they're more sludge, but they were in that
Screaming
scene.
Trees.
Mother Love Bone.
Got a sinus infection or something.
nah, that shit puts me to sleep, boy.
All right, post hardcore.
Kind of whiny.
I'm hit or miss with that one. I'm B or C.
Post metal.
I go
A
B.
or S. I
A. A. Neurosis alone.
Pelican.
ISIS.
Luna.
Yeah,
I love ISIS. Not the organization. I like the band.
No, let's be clarifying that.
Is
Porno
it?
grind,
Yeah,
No.
it's dumb. It's
No.
stupid dumb. It's yeah.
stoner.
What's the difference between
I'm
stoner
an
metal
S
and
tier
stoner
stoner
doom?
metal fan. I love riffs. I love warm, fuzzy riffs.
What's the difference between stoner metal and stoner doom?
Stoner Doom's a lot slower and a lot heavier.
Stoner
Stoner
metal,
metal's-
boogie groovy.
Yeah, like stoner metal
Like
is
Caius.
Caius.
So, Fireball
Fu
Ministry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fireball
Okay,
Ministry would be
I
amazing.
can see a difference
The
then.
Sword.
Sword, yeah.
What was this one?
And the first Sleep album, you could say, was just stoner metal, not really.
No, I think that the first Sleep album's more sludge than anything. Honestly.
Or actually, no, the second album, Holy
Second
Mountain.
album, Holy Mountain.
Yeah,
Death Doom, that's
Yep.
S tier.
Yeah,
Death Doom's amazing. Crossover thrash,
I put
I
S
do-
tier. I
I
love
do
it.
D.
I would go S tier, but there have been some crossover thrash albums that I'm not the biggest fan, or bands I'm not the biggest fan of, so I'll go A. Technical thrash.
Well, we already have
so-
progressive thrash. That's almost kind of the same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's basically the same thing.
Slam.
D.
Yeah, for the most part.
Aside from
Other than
Internal
Internal Bleeding and
Yeah.
Development, I like those two bands, but other than that, no.
Most of those bands just ape the fucking breakdown on Legion and Veracity. That's,
Yep.
that's
But
it.
they do it well. They do it well.
Honestly, they're fun live. Like when those slams hit live, just like, all right, let's watch these fuckers destroy each other.
Black Gaze,
Black
D.
Gaze. Say,
It's the
I
same thing
also
as, like,
kinda,
Death
it's the
Heaven.
same thing as post Black.
Yeah.
just with more
But,
shoegaze.
oh, it's so boring. I hate shoegaze, and
Funk
very
metal, honestly, I would go D because it's woefully inconsistent. Like for every good funk metal part I've heard like 20 bad parts. Like, dude, this does not work.
yeah, I think COC would count as stoner metal a little bit.
A little bit, or kind of sludge, just more melodic.
Kind of southern, a little
Yeah,
bit
oh,
southern
definitely.
metal. Shut up, Jason. Let me whine in peace.
Okay, now we're into the same position with gent. Pagan and Viking metal aren't genres; it's just themes.
I mean,
Because okay, if Viking metal is a genre, would you call Led Zeppelin a proto Viking metal band? Would you call Amon Amarth a Viking metal band?
Yeah.
Would you call Sabaton Viking metal? Would you call Manowar Viking metal?
I would
you
call Sabaton.
and of course Bathory Viking metal? It's like no, they're musically all completely different.
Well,
They have nothing.
Well, I mean, I don't
Unleashed
know.
was kind of the pioneer of the Viking metal thing.
Well, I guess lyrically, but like to me, when I
like
think
lyrically,
Viking metal,
that's the only thing. But musically, there's like they're all completely different styles.
I mean,
of metal.
when I think Viking metal, I think bands like Falkenbach and like Primordial,
you
like
could just
bands
call
like
that
that.
folk, though. You could just call that folk metal.
Yeah.
Or folk black.
Yeah.
Pagan and folk.
And it's the same thing with pagan metal. It's like just because you have pagan lyrics doesn't mean it's a musical genre.
I would say just put it at B tier with folk metal because you're going to get so much overlap.
Yeah. Blackened Doom.
I
So
don't.
early Catatonia.
I was going to say like
that's-
Churchburn.
Uh,
Well, there's also sludge in there too.
Well, yeah, a lot of like Blackened Doom bands are like Blackened Sludge a little bit.
So I guess
Like
Yeah.
was it Lord Mantis? Is that what they're called? I can't
Yeah,
remember that.
oh, the Lord Mantis. I guess they're
Blackened
split.
Sludge.
Well, they're split up right now, where there's like a legal dispute in terms of the name. It sucks because I love all their albums.
And then finally, Blackened Death Metal.
For the most part, I would say A or S.
Because, I mean,
A lot of it can be very
good
boring.
chunk of Behemoth, Necrophobic,
Sulfureon.
Merkskong, Sulfureon, Akakaki, Angel Corpse, Goat Whore to a degree.
Yeah.
Let's see. What were some? God Dethroned. Zyklon, 2 Degree Dissection, even though that's more like mellow death meets black metal.
You can. That's still death
More
metal.
towards black metal. Oh God, who else? Oh yeah, and then all the dissection worship bands like Sacramentum, Dawn, Nagelfar, Thulkandra, Vinterland, Unanimated. That's a pioneering one right there.
Necrophobic.
Yeah, I said Necrophobic.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear it.
And they're the best of the bunch, if you ask me. But yeah, so there's metal subgenres ranked.
New
What a
douche.
dog's breakfast. What a dog's breakfast this one was. Holy Bologna. I remember when Become the Night did this and he just put a bunch in like should not exist, like old school death metal. It's like, come on, dude. But I
remember he put like
different eras, different sounds.
Yeah.
But anyways, I think we're gonna call it a stream right there since I've been going since 8:30 and I need to get to bed because I get to finally go back to work tomorrow. So with that.
Right.
But anyways, so with me being pretty much almost 100% healed, I'm at like I said 80, 85. Should be back on full strength this coming weekend for reviews, and hopefully I won't sound like crap like I did in the reviews over the weekend. But anyway, so thank you guys, Maniac, Nick, and Ricky for stopping by doing this long diatribe. I'll be back for one more of these next Monday, and then we'll be back to doing streams whenever I feel like it, pretty much. So anyways, thank you guys who tuned in. Horns high and dreams wet as always. Make sure your dreams are wet.
Later, guys.
Later.